With the Local Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022 becoming official DC law as of March 14th, a large pool of potential DC voters will need to be outreached to immediately in preparation for the 2024 elections. This will require additional staff and resources, as mentioned in the director's testimony. Not only they'll require separate ballots and resources to address the non-citizens with different languages and cultures need funding, but the outreach to those communities, which are predominantly working people of color, will need additional resources. This outreach may include voter education and canvassing in neighborhoods, at schools, local businesses, public libraries, and religious centers. This will all require the additional staff and support that the DC Board of Elections is requesting. The 2024 election cycle is soon approaching, and we do not have the time for short staffing and poor outreach to DC voters. In conclusion, I'm urging the council and this committee to fully fund and particularly enhance funding for the 2024 election year. I am thankful for the council's leadership on funding much needed programs and infrastructure in the district, and hoping that they can do so here. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And you are talking the language that the committee will be talking with the agency to see how we can be assured that the program, the Local Resident Voting Rights Act, can be implemented. Thank you very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone else?
Yes, we have Mr. Abel Amin. He's in the room. I think he's ready to go.
All right, Mr. Amin, you're next, and we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Council Member, and I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
My name is Abel Amene. I am a Ward 4 resident. I should begin with just a little bit of a background. I was born in Ethiopia until I was 13 years old. That's where I lived. I came to the US in 1999. The first place I ever lived in the United States was right here in Washington, D.C., actually at the Woodner Apartments. You might know them in Ward 1. I mention the apartment specifically because that apartment is a very large apartment. It has a building. It has nearly 1,000 units, or maybe even more than that. Almost all of the residents are immigrants. And I wonder a lot about what that building would look like if it wasn't, if all those people that live in that building were voting members of our community. Voting is a very important thing, and it's how constituents are considered constituents, right? How people are considered people in our community. If they don't have a voice in our elections, they don't have a voice in the decisions we make, and the decisions that you make, and the executive makes, and all those that are in charge or participate in the government. I mention all this because it is vitally important that we empower this community, this immigrant community that desperately wants to participate and desperately needs to participate in our elections, so that we can have a voice. I am one of those. This bill, the Local Voting Rights Amendment Act, would ensure that I get to vote. So it is vitally important to me that we fully fund this bill. And I echo the sentiments of my colleague Dante, and also all the ones that will be testifying after me, including the director, and asking for increased funding for the Board of Elections. I'm preparing for my testimony. I read the testimony of the director, and I was very heartened to see the focus the director has in ensuring that we have a smooth 2024 elections. And the Board of Elections is facing lots of challenges. We're coming into a presidential election. We're coming into two, maybe even three major bills having to be implemented. And we have vote by mail has been used, for and it looks like now 2 elections now, and this will be the 3rd, but this will be the first time it will be permanent bill. There is the automatic voter registration bill that you all have passed that will need implementation on top of the local residents. And they will need to maintain 2 voter rolls, and they are correct in that. It is very important that we maintain a separate voter roll for non-citizens, because of all the things that come with being a non-citizen in this country. So I want to encourage you and the committee and to fully fund the Board of Elections. It is vitally important that we have a very strong Board of Elections that can administer elections in a very smooth and orderly way, that can update the systems, the voter rolls, the voter registration systems, to allow for the nearly 50,000 people that are going to be new voters, including myself. So I want to urge you once more. I've done this many times personally through committee hearings, and I want to do it again. We need to fund this bill. We need to fully fund the Board of Elections, and they are correct in needing more additional people to administer elections. They need to do voter education, and I am happy to see that the director has already been in touch with us and with other organizations to work towards education and voter registration to ensure that new voters, the new qualified electors, as the term goes, are fully empowered to use that new enfranchisement they've gained. So in conclusion, I just want to urge you again to fully 100% fund this bill and the Board of Elections and all their endeavors, and to reverse the cuts that have been done to the Board of Elections budget. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, sir. We have Ms. Brazil.
Yes,
All
Councilman,
right,
Ms. Brazil's ready.
Brazil.
The council member, she's in the room, but I don't know if she can hear you or she hasn't.
Well, she sent a message earlier saying unmute me. I don't know if we can unmute her with her.
Yes, she is currently unmuted.
Okay. Ms. Brazil, you are unmuted. We're waiting to hear from you.
I don't know, but we do have Mr. Kush Karad is in the room and ready if Ms. Brazil can't go.
All right, we will go to Karad. We'll do that.
Okay.
right.
Yes. Hi, Councilmember Bonds. How are you?
I'm good. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. So hi, my name is Kush Karod, and I am one of the organizers focused on the local residents voting rights bill. I'm asking you and the rest of council to fully fund the local residents voting rights.
Mr. Karud, is that the end of your statement? Oh. All right.
Oh, can you?
All right. Now we have you.
Can you hear me
again.
now? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Let me know if you can't hear me. But as I was saying, when my parents moved here in the United States in the 80s, they left their whole lives and families behind for a better future for me and my sister. And they decided to, they dedicated their lives to working to build safety and stability for us and reinvest in their community. And without them, I wouldn't be where I am. And just like mine, so many families come to DC to seek a life where they and their families can thrive. And we need to make sure that our laws reflect these values of equity, inclusivity. And thousands of DC residents don't have a vote in our local matters. They ride the bus, but they can't vote on transportation policy. They deal with public safety, especially as a vulnerable community, yet they cannot vote on public safety policy. They deal with the worst of housing, where landlords can abuse non-citizens, but they cannot go to their government to change housing policy. I want to name that rent-controlled housing is facing an 8.9% increase, many of them non-citizens. A vendor was harassed last night on 14 Irving, and they don't have a say in their public safety matters. And we need their voices to make a stronger and better DC. And we've been on such a journey. A group of organizers got together and decided to advocate for this bill, one that's never made it to the finish line in over 10 years. And we worked with your office alongside 12 others to build a bill that we're super proud of. And we had a hearing, we had testimony, and this bill has passed through council. And despite Congress's efforts to undermine our sovereignty, we made it clear that xenophobia does not exist in our future state, and we're on our way to fund this historic legislation. This is good organizing and good government, and we should all feel proud of what we've accomplished. I applaud Executive Director Evans and the Board of Elections for testifying and providing their thoughts on what they need. They do significant work, and our democracy would not be what it is without them. And at this time, I think we need to follow their leadership as we decide where this funding goes. One, please fund additional staff to fulfill requirements such as the funding of voter registration applications. Two, support their funding as for education, outreach, and other engagement tools. I ask that you fully fund the $2.06 million, 100% of it for 2024 and future election seasons. I'm saying it, fund all of it. I look forward to working with you, Councilmember Bonds, Executive Director Evans, and the Board of Elections for building this system out to provide immigrants and non-citizens true representation in their local matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll try one more time to get Ms. Brazil on.
Okay, Ms. Brazil, can you hear us? She is in the room, but
She's in the room, okay. And you send her like the signal telling her, you know, like your ears or something maybe? That would be informative to her.
Let me see, maybe call her in, do that. I mean, she's rejoined and joined a couple of times.
It must be her system then. We are making one more attempt to reach Miss Brazil. We see her.
Yeah, we see your hand raised, Ms. Brazil. Can you hear us?
Well, it may be an inconvenience, but we can certainly receive her written testimony. And if she would like, we are live here at the Wilson Building in room 123.
123. Yeah.
And we'd be very happy to receive her testimony at any time that she were able to join us live.
Ms. Brazil, can you hear us? Oh, okay, we'll have to see. Her name is coming up. She's in there, but she's not speaking. Oh.
Well, we have made our final, I think, like fourth attempt to get Miss Brazil on the audio and visual today, and we have not been successful. So we will receive her testimony, whether she decides to join us in person today in room 123 at the Wilson Building, or to send in her written testimony. I want to thank our public witnesses. Clearly, there is a strong push to make sure that the Local Resident Voting Act is implemented during the coming election season of 2024. So I appreciate getting the comments from those who have helped to organize this opportunity for our immigrant residents that pay taxes. Their children attend our schools, and as you've heard, they use the various services of the government, and they would like to have input on those matters, and for those matters and their input to count in the form of voting. So that's what is before us today. So with that, I will now pause to bring on our government witness, Ms. Monica Evans, who is the Executive Director with the Board of Elections. And her team, of course. So if you would raise your right hand, we will swear you in and capture your testimony. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statement that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
I do. Thank you. This is a great time. We're going to talk budget, dollars and cents, as our public witnesses wanted us to discuss. So we're ready when you're ready, Ms. Evans.
Yes, good afternoon and thank you. Again, greetings, Chairperson Bonds, members of the Executive on Executive Administration and Labor and staff. I am Monica Evans, Executive Director of DC Board of Elections. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and to comment on the proposed FY 2024 budget. With me today are the board's Deputy Director, Sylvia Goldsberry Adams, and the board's Agency Fiscal Officer, Paul Blake. As you know, the Board of Elections is a charter independent agency comprised of a 3-member board who, along with a small but dedicated staff, carry out the agency's mission. The mission of the Board of Elections is to enfranchise eligible residents, conduct elections, and assure the integrity of the electoral process. The mission, mandated by federal and local statutes, is executed through the operation of the District of Columbia's voter registration system by administration of the ballot access process for candidates and measures, through the delivery of a comprehensive public media and voter information services, by maintenance of technical systems to support voting, ballot tabulation, and electronic mapping of election district boundaries, through the planning and implementation of each District of Columbia election, and through the performance of legal counsel, rulemaking, and adjudication functions. The board is scheduled to conduct the 2024 primary and general elections for president, delegate to the House of Representatives, at-large members of the council and the District of Columbia, and those are 2 seats, ward member of the Council of the District of Columbia, wards 2, 4, 7, and 8, United States Senator, and United States Representative. Also, in the event of a special or recall election in FY 2024, there are currently no available funds in the board's proposed FY 2024 budget to conduct such an election. The proposed FY 2024 budget for the Board of Elections totals $12,172,000 in local funds and supports 60 full-time employees or FTEs. The board currently has 7 vacancies. 2 of the vacancies are being reposted, attorney advisor and supply management specialist, and the other 5 positions have either been posted or are in the process of being filled. Attorney advisor, assistant registrar of voters, IT specialist, election services assistant, and director of communications. Enhancement requests for FY 2024. During the FY 2024 budget development phase, BOE submitted 11 enhancement requests. The enhancement requests are the result of an analysis associated with the 2024 election cycle. There is a critical need to grow the staff beyond current staffing levels and to adequately provide the many services voters need and deserve. Existing staff members have had to assume additional responsibilities and increased workloads in order to meet pressing voter registration and election administration demands. Also, the passage of the Elections Modernization Amendment Act of 2022, or EMA, and the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022, LRVR, will necessitate additional staff to fulfill requirements. We will have to create and maintain voter applications for non-citizens and maintain a separate voter roll. Additionally, the number of ballot styles for each election will essentially double with the inclusion of non-citizens. To meet current and emerging requirements, our enhancement package includes requests for 15 additional full-time equivalents or FTEs. As indicated in the enhancement requests, the new legislation mandates substantive changes in the board's operations ahead of the 2024 election cycle. The changes associated with the new legislation require additional equipment, software, educational materials, and training. Without the additional resources, successful implementation of the legislation will be compromised. The specific impact statements for the EMA and the LRVR have been submitted to the council. Rather than repeat each of the line item costs previously provided, I'm happy to address any questions associated with those submissions that you may have. The rise in voter turnout and voter registration in a presidential election year typically requires additional funding. The agency is required to provide substantive election worker training, ADA and language assistance, ballot security, voting machine maintenance, and voter education and outreach. Election worker training will have to be modified to incorporate provisions of the new legislation. The board has requested an increase above the FY 2024 baseline due to costs associated herein, as well as costs identified in our enhancement package. With our voter registration system, I'll note that we launched our new voter registration system, Voter Focus, in 2021. We are working with the new system to identify upgrades and additional features. The major changes associated with the system are not public-facing. The passage of the EMA and LRVR will necessitate changes to Voter Focus. For instance, we will need to link Voter Focus to a newly created visualization dashboard on our website, and we will need to add a data portal to house non-citizens who will be eligible to vote in local elections. We are also seeking improvements to the way we enter and extract information from the system. Help America Vote Act or HAVA funds. We currently have $747,573 in the board's Help America Vote Act fund. These funds are awaiting DC Council approval. As previously stated, these funds are slated to be encumbered as followed: WAE coverage payments, temporary election worker payments, poll pad maintenance and license fees, ballot on demand devices and printers, replacement poll pad devices, communication costs, voter registration system enhancements, physical security improvements, cybersecurity enhancements, and equipment and software upgrades. We recently submitted an application for an additional $1 million under the FY 2023 HAVA Security Grant Program administered by the Election Assistance Commission, or EAC. EAC will require the District of Columbia to match these funds at 20% or $200,000 within 2 years. To date, the EAC has not made any 2023 HAVA Security Grant awards. Partnerships and support. The board has always received support from the Department of General Services, the Office of Disability Rights, the local and federal departments of Homeland Security, the Department of Transportation, the Office of Contracting and Procurement, the Office of Chief Technology Officer, Metropolitan Police Department, DC Parks and Recreation, DC Public Schools, DC Public Libraries, and the Department of Motor Vehicles, along with the Department of Public Works Sweep Division and other government agencies. We continue to remain grateful to these agencies for their ongoing support of elections operations. In closing, Chairperson Bonds, I would like to emphasize the importance of our work. As a customer service agency, the board is committed to ensuring quality service. The board will continue to educate district residents and preserve the rights of voters. We will always strive for continuous improvement as we serve the residents of the District of Columbia. The integrity of the electoral process depends on our ability to be properly funded. I am pleased to answer any questions you have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I must say, your testimony is a little scary because you are indicating that you don't have the resources to conduct the upcoming 2024 election. And as we all know, it's very important, always primarily because we have sliver of the federal election, but the real emphasis is placed on our local elections. And you articulated the number of seats that would be on the ballot. And so I thank you for bringing this front and center. And we want to figure out how we can get the resources that you actually need. And when I look at the laundry list, for instance, for the Local Resident Voting Rights Act, there are a number of things that are articulated to the total of $1,100,000. And it includes things like production and printing of the new voter registration applications at $50,000. But isn't that something that's routine, that you would automatically replenish the applications?
Yes, we are budgeted for our voter registration applications. We would have to create a separate application to include non-citizens, and then those applications would be fed into a separate database. One of the things we may be able to do to mitigate that would be to have the availability of more electronic methods for those voter registration applications, and possibly not have as many of the paper copies. But we are used to having to adjust and be flexible and come up with creative ways to make sure we're able to perform our duties.
All right, well, school me a little bit on why we would need a separate voter registration form.
As it has come to our attention from some of the advocacy groups, they are concerned about commingling applications and the database with citizens and non-citizens so that we can make sure that nobody is improperly registered.
Okay. And the advocates are, good souls, but I want to know, you as the administrator of our elections process in the city, what is it that you would need in order to do this Local Resident Voting Rights Act? I mean, what do you really need? Would that having a separate registration form be necessary? I'm just asking.
Yes, as far as the paper form, we would be able to come away with ways to really rely more heavily on the electronic means, which would have minimal costs. If I had to say the most important items in the fiscal impact statement we submitted would be for the separate database. And we've already been in touch with our vendor about the production of that database, which would house the non-citizens so that they could be tracked separately. And of course, the voter education outreach components, and then the poll pad modifications. Once voters come in to check in to register, we need to make sure that our poll pads are programmed so that they get the proper ballot without the federal contests. So if I had to say the most critical elements that we've articulated, those would be those most critical elements.
Okay, so the budget that the mayor submitted allocates an operating budget of $13.3 million for FY24. We will have another budget cycle around this time in the year of 2024 that could capture any additional funds that you might need. I guess my question is, if we can hold on to the 13.3 proposed amount, would that be adequate for you to administer the local resident voting rights act?
The one thing we would need to begin implementation on would be the database, because we can't wait until 2024, right before the election, to start the voter education and outreach and recruitment of non-citizens. And our vendor has indicated they would need time to actually build out that portal. And that would be something we would really like to get started on now to ensure that that is up and running ahead of the 2024 election, and then allowing us to begin the recruitment process and the voter education and outreach process for non-citizens. The voter education and outreach piece is important. We need to reach out to communities, have touch points with those communities. Ideally, we did request a bilingual staff person so that we can make sure we have the means to properly engage with the communities. However, if we were not fully funded in that area, we would continue to use resources we have available, such as Language Line, and possibly use contract individuals to translate.
Okay, well, let's examine each of the cost breakdowns that you've indicated with this $1.12 million just for the Local Resident Voting Rights Act. You have production and printing of new voter registration agency manuals, $65,000.
Yes, and
What does
these
that
are
do?
manuals. We have voter registration agencies. These agencies work in partnership and are required to register voters when they come into their agencies for assistance. And so we conduct training for all of those agencies, and they have a manual to guide them through the process so that they are aware of all of the requirements for registration and transferring those applications to us. In that instance, we would probably heavily rely on electronic means and not provide the hard copy manuals we provided in the past.
Okay. So this expense or this budgeted item can be reduced from
Yes,
65.
if we're not doing the actual manual,
right.
correct.
Okay. Next, I have production of citywide mailer, 192,000.
Yes, and these would be mailers that we would send out, and we would really focus on target populations to let people know there's been a change, to let non-citizens know that they are eligible to vote in local elections. And so this would be the cost for a postcard mailer, informational mailer. We have been including QR codes on our mailers and different languages so that individuals can contact the board for additional information. If we did not have the mailers, we probably would rely more on actual education and outreach and try to work with partnering organizations and host town halls and community groups to assist with spreading the word. And then, of course, we do have electronic means, social media, and also our website to assist with getting the word out and advertising.
Okay, so for this mailer, you mentioned it would go to targeted populations. What does that mean, and how do you identify the targeted?
Well, the US Postal
populations?
System mailer would go to all households. But then we tend to have mailers available to assist with our education and outreach efforts. And we usually give those mailers to organizations that work with those entities as well. So that as individuals come into those entities for services, they have a copy of those mailers to get them in the hands of more residents.
So are those entities nonprofits that work with, immigrant population? Or are we speaking of agencies, government agencies that you usually have the voter registration manuals
Yes,
available
the government
for?
agencies would primarily be the voter registration agencies, and they would have access to the manuals. These would be your nonprofits that work with a lot of the immigrant and non-citizen population groups.
Okay. The production and printing of new voter registration applications. I'm back to that. Explain to me how the current voter registration form would be different.
It would be different because right now, even with the electronic form, if someone checks the box, they're a non-citizen, they cannot continue with the completion of that form. So for the electronic form, we would need to have the system modified so that someone could check that they are a non-citizen, and then it would continue to take them to the prompts and then allow that application to move to our additional database for non-citizens. As far as the paper form is concerned, right now there is a check for around citizenship. And if they check that they are a non-citizen, they typically would not be eligible. We have been asked to do something that would highlight that portion so that applications don't get inadvertently, because that would be a manual process. When we get paper applications, they're entered in manually. And so we were asked if we could do some sort of separate application so that it highlights the fact that that is a non-citizen, because some of our advocacy groups are concerned about non-citizens inadvertently being improperly registered, because I understand that that can be a bar to citizenship with some of the questions for those individuals.
Okay. Development of brochures and educational materials, 50,000.
Yes, and we have a number of brochures that we use with our education and outreach activities. And we would like to develop brochures in different languages and just include information that targets our non-citizen population to let them know about their rights to vote in local elections.
All right, and these materials, you 50,000, how many languages are you thinking you must produce?
We have not done a full exploration of the number of languages. Definitely Spanish would be our number one targeted language for those brochures. And largely the brochures are produced in-house. We have the capacity to do that, but it's for the printing of the brochures.
Okay, so these are kind of rough numbers, not
based on brochures that we
okay.
have developed in the past. And but as you know, we're still working with groups and trying to get a true understanding of the non-citizen population and those groups that would really be interested in voting. So we are definitely partnering with other agencies. And now that, this new legislation has passed, now it's our time to really begin the process to see what would be entailed to ensure that we're able to be compliant with the legislation.
Okay, then you have acquisition of public relations, media buys, 45,000.
Yes, and that would be television, radio ads, and also newspaper or print ads.
Employment of a dedicated multilingual staff person to join the voter education and outreach division. You have it funded for part-time and for full-time.
Yes, and ideally, we would love to have a full-time person, but even a part-time person would greatly assist. We do not have a bilingual or multilingual individual on our voter education and outreach staff. We do have other staff members in the office who are bilingual, and they tend to assist our voter education and outreach efforts, but it would be wonderful if we had someone in the space who was always available to assist with those efforts.
And for the full-time position, is this a individual who would be with the organization just doing the election cycle, or would it be the entire year of employment?
I've anticipated that would be for the entire year. And, throughout the year, we're developing our voter education and outreach plan. We're developing materials. We're identifying populations. We're engaging with community groups. So that would be a full-time position as it's presented here.
Okay, so it would be either a 13-month tour of duty or a permanent position.
Correct.
Then modification to electronic poll pads, 200,000. What's that?
So our poll pads, that would be the device we use for check-in when you show up at a vote center to vote. And so the poll pads would need to be modified in order to allow the import of non-citizens and anyone showing up to vote same day who may be a non-citizen. Because right now, if someone shows up same day and you hit that non-citizen box, you can't continue with that same day registration. So those are just some of the modifications.
All right,
we
so
would
these
need.
modifications that you're requesting in print and electronic are expenditures so that we can capture the non-citizen or local residents that maybe are not previously had the ability to register.
Absolutely.
and be
And as I
counted.
mentioned, if I, had to say the, necessities would really be with the electronic poll pads. We would need the ability to check those individuals in and have them be a part of that process when we are doing same day registration, but then also the database to house those individuals would also need to be in place.
All right. Would you please try and be a little more specific about the actual cost of, let's say, the your production of your citywide mailer? I think we have 192,000 on this sheet you provided. And then the development of brochures and educational material. Here it says 50,000. And the citywide, let's see, we have the modification to your check-in devices that you just explained. You have here at 200,000.
Yes, and with the voter registration brochures and education materials, as I mentioned, we could produce those in-house, but based on brochures that we have produced in the past and going back to other invoices, that is how we came up with that $50,000 for the brochures and educational materials.
All
So
right.
that's not development costs, that's pretty much preparing them and having those available.
All right. And the production of the citywide mailer, the 192,000, you indicated it's going to go to targeted population, but you also indicated that all voters will receive
Yes,
this.
the actual physical mailing will go to all households, but we always have mailers that we distribute to nonprofits as well. And so we have postage estimates anywhere from 100 to $200,000 just
Mhm.
for the mailing portion through US Postal Service. And of course, that depends on the size and the dimensions of the mailer. We reached out to the printing company we use. They said it's really hard because we would really need to know exact numbers. We would need to know, you're doing a mailer, you're doing an envelope, what is the size of the postcard mailer? And so we got that estimate based on past mailers that we've sent out to DC voters.
Okay, well, you said additional postage, 150,000, and I would assume we're just talking now about the local resident.
Correct.
So
Yes.
I'm assuming there is already a plan to administer the traditional election
Mailer.
okay, all right,
Yes.
every 2
So
years.
this would be a separate mailer.
So this is in addition to.
Yes.
Okay, that's a very steep call, quite honestly.
Yes, and
Um,
this cost would be for 2 mailers. And so I should make that clarification. And so if need be, we could always reduce to 1 mailer, which would reduce those costs.
Well, as someone who has been voting in this community for decades and is familiar with getting a mailer every now and then over the last decade, I'm not sure that these mailers really make a difference, because I know that there have been mailers, at least mailers produced, I assume, and maybe even sent in my neighborhood, but I didn't get it. And I'm being very concerned about
Yes.
this expenditure. Postage is outrageous now, as you well know. And I still voted.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh, I absolutely see what
So-
you're saying. And to be honest with you, I have to begin to echo that concern. After we prepared this fiscal impact statement and produced all of our mailers for the 2022 election cycle, at the beginning of this year, we were just contacted by the US Postal Service. And they told us they found batches of our postcard mailers in a ditch that had never been mailed to DC residents. They said they were not able to identify the specifics of those mailers, but they could tell they were mailers from DC Board of Elections, but they had been weathered and weren't in any shape to be returned to us. And so they said that they were going to destroy them. So that is something that has recently come to our attention.
As a officer of our government, both of us, we are not going to cast dispersions on how that situation may have materialized, but I am not surprised. And for anyone who has witnessed the handling of the mail in the mail centers, I can imagine 300, 400,000 little cards can be a bit much.
No comment.
There you go. Wow. So, okay. All right. So we're getting there. The one item on your list that I'm concerned with is the request as it relates to your IT needs. Okay. Modification of the voter registration card template, creation of a separate card for non-citizens, the production of new online voter registration train. I'm just trying to understand what are of these items, what are the items that are really critical
Yes.
that you cannot implement the law if you don't have it?
The most critical items would definitely be the database modifications to the database to house the non-citizens.
Okay,
We would need to do a separate voter registration card template for non-citizens. There may be a way, I know a lot of people do not actually carry their voter registration card. And so that could be something that we discuss as far as, would, that be something we send out, produce and send out. But if we needed to do a card for non-citizens, then that would be something that
but if we did a card for non-citizens, when the law says that we have open registration to any and everyone who resides in the District of Columbia, wouldn't a separate card be an act of discrimination?
I would like to see it as a way to guard against mistakes. If someone shows that voter registration card, just to be abundantly clear that we are, pulling up a non-citizen in our voter registration database. Also, other jurisdictions, for instance, with membership in some organizations, a voter registration card can be used as a source of identification. And other jurisdictions who may not be familiar with our legislation in DC, if there's no notation about that being a non-citizen, then another jurisdiction or another entity may assume that by having that voter registration card that you are a citizen, since that is generally the requirement. And so it's really just a safeguard to ensure that this does not give any individual rights to vote in any federal elections, and clear identification that the individual is not a citizen for voting purposes.
Do you
And-
consider modification to your electronic poll pad to be a critical?
That would be the other
Item.
critical item. The two main critical items, if I had to say two, it would be the database and the poll pad modification.
All right. Now, database modifications, what does that mean?
Our current database is voter focus, and we reached out to the vendor, and they actually have a copy of the legislation. And so they were actually on site week before last, and we kind of walked through what it would entail. And forgive me, I'm not a technology expert, but they have started conversations on their end about what it would take to build that separate database, and then make sure that database filters into our other systems. So that was the estimate that they have given us. And we
Okay.
will have an exact estimate. They said between 150 and 250. But
Okay.
now that the legislation has passed and we sat down and met with them when they were on site, we will probably have a more definitive number within the next few weeks.
All right, before you make any expenditures, would you please allow me to have an opportunity to meet with your IT team and, understand just what we are moving forward to do?
Absolutely. And we can even make sure our vendor is available, and they can, they're in a position to better discuss and describe the modifications to the voter focus database.
Thank you. Right. The personnel needs, we haven't really discussed. So what are the absolute drop off into the ocean? You know what I was gonna say, needs that you have? We don't talk that language anymore in DC, this other language, because, we don't want to contribute to our situation from time to time.
Absolutely. And one of the things that we have in our, as a requirement of the EMA, or the Elections Modernization Amendment Act, is the development of a visualization dashboard that is housed on our website that would connect to our other systems that would feed information, and then that database would be searchable by anybody who has access to our website. And it will require the development of reports and really someone to oversee and administer that portal. Ideally, this is an area where we do have some current shortcomings with the timeliness of reports and being able to manipulate data. I think we're moving in the right direction because our old voter registration system was running on legacy technology. Now that we have Voter Focus and we're working very closely with VR systems, I think that the new system is much more robust and will have the capability of producing reports in a more timely and a more desirable format. But without kind of a dedicated person working with that dashboard, making sure it's updated, making sure information is being fed properly, even working with customers and residents of the district who are accessing that database, and someone to kind of have ownership over that, that module. We've requested multiple data individuals, but if we could get at least one person to assist with the development of that visualization dashboard, and then the maintenance and just someone to kind of own that, that would be incredibly helpful as far as staffing needs. The one thing I will say, I think as far as technology, we have been challenged with having a full complement of our of dedicated IT professionals. We have found that the salaries we offer are not always as compatible as the private sector. And we really, I think, need to make sure we have a more robust IT staff to ensure that we're keeping up with emerging technology in the field. And we have proper staff to ensure that our election equipment is fully operational, being tested, and then even with our poll pad maintenance, just having enough staff to ensure that we're conducting that, as well as logic and accuracy testing of our voting equipment ahead of an election.
Well, let's talk a little bit about logical and accuracy of the equipment, because I really think that that's what the mandate is about. I am one, as you know, that, loves to have access to the data, and I say I as just a citizen in the District of Columbia, but is that what is driving the budget plan for this year? Am I the citizen driving it, or is it something that you must have in order to effectively implement the election season?
Thank you. And honestly, I think it's twofold. We have some requirements based on new legislation, specifically around technology, that we need to make sure we have the staff to implement. But quite honestly, we have limited IT staff, and even staff working with our personal computers and the laptop and remote access to laptops. We just have very few people in that space, which is very challenging when you just have one person out of the office and you have, a minor IT need, even when you're unable to print or your system won't come up. And we have identified some of those challenges recently when a conference caused several of our IT department staff members to be out of the office at the same time. And there was just no redundancy. We're very flat, we're very small, and technology is one of those areas that I think if we're able to build, we will actually be more efficient. And I would love to get to a space where we're not doing so much with paper, but we have things available on our website. We are taking advantage of modern technology and also allowing our staff members to attend training so that they are up to speed with emerging technology in the elections field. And I feel as though we're being a little more reactionary instead of proactive. And I think that that would serve our residents in the District of Columbia if we can make sure that we are looking proactively in the technology space.
All right, what about your request for enhancement for 2 DS 950 election systems and the software, the high-speed scanners
Yes.
and tabulators?
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. As you know, we are required to mail a ballot for all elections that we administer, and that would be to all voters. Once we have processed the return of those ballots and they are out of the envelopes, they are fed through that equipment, and that equipment is what captures the ballot and actually tallies the votes. And the equipment that we currently have provides a lot of slowdowns because it's the older model equipment. And so it jams quite a bit and it does not actually scan ballots as quickly. We spoke to the vendor and they are willing to take back our old equipment, and the new models, the 950, will allow us to provide election results a little more timely because we can scan those mail ballots faster.
All right, this, you said you wanted 2, so I'm assuming that the 250,000 is divided by 2 if I wanted
Correct.
to.
And we
equate
currently
what
have
one
2 of the
costs.
older model
I got
because that is something that really is an issue, because that machinery, once you run a number of ballots, it really needs to rest because it gets overheated. And so then we're able to move to the second. And I believe the current model is the 850. And so that would replace the 2 that we have.
So if you had 3, would you, 3 of the newer model, would that mean that you could do tabulation faster? Or would that just be a waste of resource?
I think that may be a waste only because you don't want to have too many people involved in the process, and you want to make sure you have proper oversight. And if you have too many machines going at the same time, you just want to ensure that we're able to properly oversee what's happening. And with the speed of the 950s, I'm told that that would really give us what we need, because we're not one of the larger jurisdictions in the country with only, a little over 500,000 voters. We're not processing millions of mail ballots. And so based on the recommendation we got from the vendor, 2 would be sufficient for our needs.
And so currently with the older 850 model, you have a setup, or you had a setup in the last election where you had someone supervising each of those pieces of equipment and the utilization of it? Or did you have one person who was doing?
Yes, we have a
both?
dedicated person feeding the ballots through that machinery. We also have the supervisor who that person reports to in the event that anything should, go wrong, or just to ensure that things are happening as they should. But with the older model, we have a lot of issues with, there's several trays with that. And whenever there's an issue with extraneous marks, a soiled ballot, a ripped ballot, those ballots go to a separate tray and then they have to be administered separately. But with the 950, I'm told that that machinery will cut out on some of the jams and allow the ballots to go through a little more smoothly and will not reject as many ballots as the 850.
Okay, we're in the year of 2023. Are you anticipating any mandate from the local government or elsewhere that may have some authority in our government to insist that there be one machine that tallies the federal elections ballots separate from the local election ballots?
I am not anticipating that. That has not come to my attention. But that would be a conversation if that is the requirement.
And we would therefore may be in a situation where we would have to come up with emergency resources so that this could be accommodated. All right. So you'll let us know what the timeline is for getting this kind of equipment, whether it's a 8-week wait period or what have you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And then your request number 7 is replacement printers for the ballot on demand equipment. I assume that is something that's not used a lot in a voting location.
Actually, it's used quite a bit in a voting location. It's not used in an off election year. And so now that we have vote centers instead of precinct-based voting, any voter can vote anywhere. And so we need the ability to call up an individual's voter at any ballot at any vote center. So we need the ability to print their individual ballot style when they show up at the vote center. And that would be ballot on demand. And you can go and they get a ticket upon check-in. We would scan that ticket using the ballot on demand equipment, and then the ballot on demand printer prints that particular ballot style for the individual. And so each ballot style would be available at every vote center.
Okay. All right, this enhancement, you indicated it would be about $800,000.
Yes, and that is from one vendor, and that's the current vendor supplying our ballot on demand printers. Of course, if we put that out to bid, it's possible that number would come down.
Okay, and you want 130 printers to be replaced?
Yes.
Are we going to have 130 old locations?
We have multiple BOD printers in each vote center. So for instance, we had 90 vote centers for election day in the November 2022 primary. And so with that 90, we had redundancy at some of the larger vote centers with more traffic.
Now, the enhancement number 5 is this automatic signature recognition software. Since we all are scribbling these days, if we have to, with our nail and end of our finger, with a tool, you know, why would this be important to the board?
Yes, and of course, we do conduct 100% signature verification for mail ballots that are returned. And right now, that's a manual process. And so once ballots are, once they're run through the Agilis equipment, it captures the signature. And then we have a team looking at that captured signature from the mail ballot and comparing it to various signatures we have on file. Those signatures may come from the DMV. They may come from a registration application they filled out at a voter education and outreach event, or it may be from the signature that they provided when they checked in on the poll pad. And so right now, that is a manual process. And with the automatic signature verification software, then that would significantly expedite that process when, as you mentioned, over 2/3 of our voters chose to vote by mail. And with us verifying those signatures, you do mention that sometimes people do not sign legibly or their signature may be different. And we do have a process where we can go and look at all of the signatures that are captured within our system. If we're unable to verify a signature based on everything we have on file, we do have a cure process, and we are able to reach out to those voters and just indicate we were not able to verify their signature. And we do have a process where they are able to cure that ballot, and that ballot would be counted.
Can you help us understand the volume of verification needs that happened, let's say, in the last election? Out of 300,000 ballots, as an example, did you have 100,000 that you needed to, because you're using, the human eye to do this? Is it 1/3, 1/4, 1/5, 1/15?
If my memory serves me correctly, we had about 130 returned mail ballots that were counted, 130,000. And so of that 130,000, we had teams of individuals doing signature verification on all 130,000 ballots.
And so how many left questionable concerns in the minds of your staff?
I don't have that information, but I can get information on how many cure letters we sent out.
Yeah.
And some of the cure letters were for a questionable signature, but then we did also have to send some cure letters for no signature. But I can get those numbers to you.
Okay, I'm interested in the number. Well, I guess both would be important, but certainly those that signed and your staff was unable to match their signature to anything. Certainly would like to know that. And then, of course, those who, us voters who are sloppy and we don't sign like we should, make sure we know what that number is too, as a part of the universe.
Yes.
Of return ballot.
And we are sensitive to the fact too, that due to illness, sometimes due to aging, due to a number of factors, sometimes your signature changes over a period of years. And fortunately, when individuals are able to check in person, we're always capturing a new signature during that process.
So the signature is the bottom line for any voter. Do we need another system that would identify the voter, match the voter to, I guess, their voter address, or to verify that they are in fact a DC resident and therefore eligible to vote? Because everyone's eligible to vote now if
Yes.
you're a resident in DC.
Yes. As far as eligibility, those eligibility questions are contained on the voter registration application.
I agree.
So,
But what I'm asking, if there is a problem with not understanding a signature, is there something else that a individual can present to you that would associate that individual as the voter with a
yes.
name that you have on a roll?
Yes, and we do have a number of ways they can verify the signature. They can sign something and send in their current signature. And so they're saying, this is the signature that I presented on my mail ballot, and we're able to check that. If for some reason we don't have, and with our cropping technology that crops the field from DMV with the signature they provided, sometimes that cropping technology is off. And so we have a blank. And so we don't have the signature that comes over from DMV. So sometimes they're able just to provide the signature that they have provided to DMV. So we do have mechanisms and different ways that they can actually cure and provide an updated signature to us.
So if I were in that situation where you couldn't attest to my signature, and if I were to bring in an affidavit to the office that says I am who I am and this is my signature, would something like that be acceptable?
Yes, it would.
That's where I'm kind of.
Oh, yes,
going.
absolutely.
Trying to,
Yes. Yes,
yeah.
they can mail something back to the office. They can come into our office in person. They can scan and email something to our office. And so when we send a cure letter, we actually give them a number of ways that they can provide that information to us.
All right, the point I'm making, I'm trying to help all of us to understand that if you are living in the District of Columbia, it's very easy to vote,
Yes,
to participate.
absolutely. And thank you for echoing that.
Yeah. Let's see, you had, I know we're going very slow. I don't mean to take all this. Talk to me a little bit about this visualization dashboard, because you're saying it's a part of your voter registration system, and with the passage of the EMA and the LRVR, it necessitates changes to voter focus.
Yes, and the data visualization dashboard is a requirement of the Elections Modernization Amendment Act. So this is something we would have to create, have on our website, and the requirements would ask for that to be searchable by anyone who has access to the website. And it includes a lot of information around aggregate information around, ages of people who voted, where they voted, whether they voted in person, whether they voted by mail, whether they voted early, election day. So there are a number of different things that are enumerated in the legislation that this dashboard should include. And so we would need to make sure that our voter focus registration system feeds voter focus for those key indicators that are required to be included in the visualization dashboard.
All right, so you're saying this dashboard would give anyone access to any information that was contained in their voter registration application.
Not any information. It would not
What would be
include any
deleted? What's
no-
not available?
No PII. So
What's
we
that?
would not,
What's PII?
personal identifiable information.
Like
So we
what?
would not include your driver's license information, your
You
social
mean your
security.
driver's license
It's-
number?
Yes,
Well, we all know what that is, but what
yes, your
else
social
would it be?
security, they can include. So that would not be part of that field. That would be searchable.
I see. But everything else?
Name, someone could figure out what party, but according to the legislation, those are the fields that are to be
Would
included.
the party be included?
Yes,
So everything except
just
social
about.
security number.
And then also email address and
That would not be available?
I'm pretty sure that would be PII. We would not include the email address and telephone number with what's included on that dashboard.
But you've got my address.
But we have the address.
So you can just placard it with notes until they fall on the ground and the rain washes them away. And I'm serious because.
No, I agree. And,
Yeah.
I don't take a position on, on legislation, but that is what we've been charged to do as far as what is allowable to be shared.
So maybe legislation from time to time needs to be amended.
I agree.
Okay. You indicated that you, in the past, well, you have 747,000 now in your Help America Vote funds, and you've submitted an application for $1 million. Have you gotten any word on that?
We have not, and no awards have been made from EAC from
Okay.
that security grant initiative program.
But in the past, you've been able to.
In the past, we've been
access it.
able to, yes.
All right. So that I can say to those who are listening and very concerned as to whether or not the Board of Elections will have the necessary resources, there is a very strong chance that they will, likelihood, in fact.
Fingers crossed, yes.
Yes. Now, you mentioned your partnerships, and I wondered if you have MOUs with this long list of agencies, so that they understand clearly, no matter what the season is, that they are responsible or have committed to making
Yes,
things work.
Yes, and we engage with these agencies in different ways. With some of them, it's really associated more so with the election cycle and making sure we have vote centers in place. So some of the MOUs involve the access of vote centers, and then MPD ensuring the security of ballots and some of our security details on election night. But and then some of them, for instance, the Office of Disability Rights, they do assist us with making sure some of our vote centers are accessible. And
Some, aren't we required to have all
well,
of
the ones
them?
that aren't are in our newer ones.
Okay.
So some of them we know are accessible, but when we identify new vote center locations, those are the ones that would come out. And when there's a question about accessibility that we're not able to determine in-house. For instance, we have an ADA coordinator on our staff. And so that person is chiefly responsible for ensuring that our vote centers are accessible. In some instances, we have to reach out to other entities to assist with making them accessible. For instance, building a temporary ramp, or making sure doors propped open, or sometimes there's a metal pole with some doors and we need to have that removed during the period that we're engaged in voting. And so sometimes we're able to identify the modifications ourselves, and sometimes we have to reach out to external organizations to help us with being compliant with ADA.
So is it a requirement for your permanent staff as well as your, I guess, event staff, those that are hired specifically for the elections, to visit all of the identified polling locations?
We do.
So in doing that, you're assuring us that for the 2024 election, they will all be in compliance with whatever the guidelines are for the assembly of people in the United States of America in order to conduct an
Yes,
election.
I will assure you that that is always
All
our
right.
goal. There have been some instances where we have shown up at a location or school to set up the vote center, and we have been told at the last minute they are moving us for whatever reason. Sometimes it's something out of their control. They have found a leak in the space that we were originally scheduled to occupy, and we've moved. And so we've had to kind of make some last minute adjustments. It's always our goal to be 100% compliant, but sometimes we have to kind of retrofit a space at the last minute to ensure we have enough space. We've also had to reduce some of the equipment to ensure that we have wheelchair accessibility, because a newer space may not have the same square footage. And so we've had to make some modifications to spaces to ensure accessibility too. But as far as our plan, everything is accessible, but sometimes we do run into some issues when we actually go to set up vote centers.
You mentioned the schools. Would it be helpful if you had an agreement with the schools and I guess with the Department of General Services that they would provide you with the same square footage in the event there is a leak, or they would fix the leak within 24 hours,
Agreements are always great. I know that sometimes things are, giving timing, it's not always possible to react within the timeline. We need people to react because unfortunately elections, that's one of the things you cannot move. You can't change the day of election, it's set. And sometimes things happen at the last minute. We always do try to come up with contingency plans. But one of the things that I think we really need to formalize is really the setup of the vote centers. We, schedule with the schools to set up ahead of time. And we have had situations where we show up and the space is not available and we have to leave equipment, come back the next day, come back later that day, which can be a little challenging. So we're committed to continuing our dialogue with the schools to ensure that we have a process that runs a little smoother. And then with the EMA, schools will be closed on election day, which absolutely assists us in that process.
Okay, you're going to have an agreement with the schools. That sounds like something that needs to happen, just to be sure that, everything works like clockwork. A few years ago, an election was just, totally out of control with the volume of people that wanted to vote. I'm anticipating that may happen again, and so we should be prepared for that.
I agree.
And, people love coming out on election day, even if they're just dropping their ballot, and especially if they're dropping their ballot. And so for some of the heavy voting locations, I hope that we will plan on having sort of like a little annex where they can drop their ballot and,
Yes, we do have
all of that,
drop boxes at all of our
Yeah,
vote center locations, but to your point, we are absolutely examining the locations where we had high in-person turnout during the 2022 general election. And so we are planning for additional equipment at some of those locations to cut down on lines and looking at possibly different spaces within those locations that may accommodate more voting equipment.
Okay, I think that's really where the public is. They want to know that, they can get in and vote. And by now you should know where the heavy voting communities are. Those that are going to come at a certain time, I'm sure you have all of that data within your reach. And I'm hoping that you'll use it because we want to be one of the outstanding voting communities in all frame of reference come 2024. And with implementation of this new law, it's going to be very, very tedious how you
Absolutely.
implement it. So we want to be there. Again, I want to make sure that we hear back from you, let's say in a couple of months, giving us some update on where you are with those things that you are implementing. By then, you should know whether or not we have been able to embellish your budget with the resources that you need in order to make the election work.
Absolutely. And once we have, final decisions on the budget numbers, we will look at our overall budget, begin to prioritize, adjust. But as I think you've seen with Board of Elections in the past, we always, do our best to rise to the occasion. And we are very proud of our work, and we make every effort to ensure that residents in the District of Columbia have access to the franchise and can register easily and vote easily. So our commitment to that will never go away.
All right. Well, we didn't talk about capital dollars because you don't really have a capital budget, but I am aware of some of the difficulties that staff experiences working from the warehouse. And it's unconscionable, some of what you have to endure. And my apologies on behalf of everyone else who is concerned about this. And we should see what we can do. I mean, I guess you're gonna have to have some Jippy Johns nearby.
And we've
I
done that in
mean,
the past.
let's be honest. We're
We've-
trying to be honest and we're
Yes.
gonna have to do that.
And we did in 2020 and
yeah.
2022 in our warehouse bag.
Yeah, I want the public to know this is an entity that is so vital in our government and for our community. And, the District of Columbia, yet they are working out of a warehouse without adequate plumbing as one thing. And, we just went through an election cycle during COVID-19. Where did they get to wash their hands? I mean, those are the kinds of things that we too have to be concerned with. And I certainly am.
Thank you.
So, I want you to know that. Let's check with my. Could I just follow up with you on your oversight questions? I think it was number 11. You noted that you had spent the 1.4 mil on the new voter registration database. And what is going on with that at this point?
At this point, we have met the initial requirements under the contract, and we have come to the end of our base year. We're now in our first option year. And so we are looking at enhancements and training. The vendor, as I mentioned earlier, was on site 2 weeks ago, provided additional training, and then also identified some things that need to be updated and modified, even with our election worker payment portal. Due to the implementation of diffs, we had to change the specification within our election worker portal to adequately provide the information that's needed for election worker payments. And so we recently got that information. And so those specifications have been sent to the vendor. And so we're looking primarily at modifications, and then also things like the local resident voting rights and the separate database that they would need to develop, and making sure that voter focus also feeds into the data visualization dashboard as required by the EMA. And so they're working on not just enhancements, but also new requirements based on legislation that's been recently passed.
You mentioned payroll for your workers. Are your workers handled separate from any other payroll process we have in DC government?
Yes, our election workers are not entered into PeopleSoft. And so even though for, I believe, tax and W-2 reporting purposes, they're considered employees, they only get a stipend, they do not get a salary. And so we track that in the election worker portal in Voter Focus, and that portal develops with the reports that would go to OFRM for election worker payment. And that portal also produces the necessary information to produce W-2 reports for those election workers who make over the threshold.
Okay, all right. You know where I was going with that, but thank you very much for that
Yes.
response. Without having my cheat sheet, I asked all the questions. and more. So thank you very much for you.
Oh, you're very welcome. And please know we're always available to assist, answer any clarifying questions you may have. I've taken some notes as far as the things you've requested
Thank you.
today, and we will make sure we get back to you with that information.
All right. So we as the public are looking forward to this agency having the resources that it needs to mount this very difficult task. Where we're perceiving that anyone living in the District of Columbia will have the option to vote in our next election season, which is 2024.
Absolutely. Thank you for
Okay.
that.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you to your team. Now we will hear from, I think Miss Dorothy Brazil is attempting to get on again. She is one of our public witnesses for this agency. And if she has some questions, we will forward the questions on to the agency. Miss Brazil, we're going to try and bring you forward. And thank you for your patience.
Hello, Ms. Brazil. Do you hear us? She can hear us, but we can't hear her.
Miss Brazil, we don't know quite what to do. We have adjusted our system and the audio problems are not on our end. So it's something within your system. I can hear you. Oh, we can hear you. Oh my goodness, almost. If you could turn your, see if you can adjust the volume a little. Okay. Okay, can you hear me now? Yes, we faintly hear you. And so, but it's not enough band strength for the testimony to be recorded. So if you could keep turning whatever dial you're touching, we might turn it all the way up. And I know on my system, I have two locations for sound. Okay, can you hear me now? Much better. You're getting better. Keep going. You're adjusting it properly. Can we turn it up, hours up a little bit and see? Keep talking. We might hear you. Okay. I'll give it one more go. Can you hear me now? It's about the same, Miss Brazil. So continue to, well, speak up. See if you're speaking up will help. I know I'm screaming, but you don't have to scream. I don't want to take much more of the committee's time, but I mean, I've done everything on my end, including getting someone in here to change settings and what have you. And I don't know what the issue is. Initially, something came up that said I was being blocked by the council. I don't know why. Oh, no, you're not being blocked by the council. We want to hear from you. 100%. Ms. Bonds, I have spent a week preparing testimony and looking through records in the budget.
I had some detailed comments I want to make, and I don't want to have to rush through them. So I know you have a long laundry list of other witnesses and other hearings you have to have. Why don't you go ahead and I will deal with my frustration and try to see what I can do. And
Miss Brazil, I appreciate that, but if there were a way for you to just, if you could just talk a little louder, we might be able to hear you. We want you on the record. And I understand what the time is, but your testimony is as important as any other. So we want your testimony.
okay. Well, I'll just abbreviate it. First and foremost, I want to make sure that the committee, during this budget process, make sure that they raise issues and problems that occurred last year regarding the elections. And they included the high volume of mail ballots that were returned, the breakdown of voting machines and voting equipment in at least 9 precincts, and other issues which occurred that impeded the election process. We cannot have this recurring in another election year, presidential election year. I am particularly concerned that the Board of Elections seem to have this mantra of they're understaffed, underfunded, and overworked. My observation of the Board of Elections over the past 20 years is that is not true. That is not true now, especially with regard to a number of issues. One of the things that the Board of Elections has said in its testimony today and in its written testimony is that it needs additional resources to respond to 2 pieces of recent legislation that was enacted by the council last year. The Elections Modernization Amendment Act of 2022, as well as the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act.
Miss Brazil, Miss Brazil, I'm so sorry, but we're not getting any better contact with you. And
Okay.
and I don't want you to continue like this. May I be in touch with you after our hearing today? And let's see if we can come up with a solution.
Okay, fine, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, now, okay, now we will turn to the Office of Campaign Finance. The Office of Campaign Finance is organized into 4 major divisions, which operate under the direction of the Office of the Director. That is the Office of General Counsel, the Reports Analysis and Audit Division, the Public Information and Records Management Division, and the Fair Elections Program Division. All 4 of these divisions work together as the Office of Campaign Finance, and they regulate the reporting and disclosure of the financial operations and activities of candidates for local office. They also regulate the reporting and disclosure of political committees, political action committees, independent expenditure committees, and the constituent services and statehood fund programs. The Office of Campaign Finance is established within the District of Columbia Board of Elections and administers and enforces the campaign finance laws of the District of Columbia. Today, we will hear more about the Office of Campaign Finance and their efforts to protect the integrity of our electoral process. And based on their testimony that we have received, they will touch on the following issues: the operability of the e-filing system, which is the system used by candidates and committees to file their reports; the widely popular Fair Elections Program. This program is important as the city paid over $11 million to certified candidates in the 2022 election. And I'd like to talk about this program and how we can examine ways to refine it. The process by which certain campaigns and committees are audited, and the office educational program and other agency community outreach efforts. And we had a public witness, Miss Dorothy Brazil, but we will get her testimony in writing, and we will actually do some in-person follow-up with her. So we'll now turn to the government witness, and I believe the director, Ms. Cecily Collier Montgomery, is not appearing today, but instead we have Mr. Sanford, her trusty lieutenant, who will deliver the testimony from our government witness. So when you are ready, Mr. Sanford, we will swear you in.
And council member, he's joining now.
All
I believe
right,
So
okay.
he should be ready soon. Mr. Sanford, are you in the room?
My apologies to the public. We seem to be experiencing real technical difficulties today. According to the sound checks, the system at the Wilson Building in room 123, where we're conducting the hearing, seemed to be working fine, but it's not translating from the virtual witnesses' devices. So my apologies for that, and we're trying. And we ask your endeavors. Octo is here. All right, Octo. That will help us a lot. We're gonna take a 10-minute break and see if we can't get the systems coordinating together. So we'll just recess until 2:15. Thank you.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you count to 20 for me, please?
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Sanford.
Yes.
All right, we can hear you. We'll be getting started in about 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, can you count to 20 for me, please?
For me? Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
The camera's off though. They have to turn on the camera?
Hello, Mr. Sanford.
Yes. Yes.
All right, we can hear you. We'll be getting started in about 5 minutes.
All right. Do you have a visual?
Yes, can you
It
count
shows
to
the
20
camera's
for me,
off?
please?
For me? Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
The camera's off though. They have to turn on the camera?
Hello, Mr. Sanford.
Yes. Yes.
All right, we can hear you. We'll be getting started in about 5 minutes.
All right. Do you have a visual?
Yes, can you
It
count
shows
to
the
20
camera's
for me,
off?
please?
Yes. It's repeating.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
No camera, and it keeps running over the same thing. Yes. No, but that's, why do they keep running the side, the tight? We've heard this. So the tight, we've heard it.
Hello, Mr. Sanford. Can you count to 5 for us?
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, thank you.
No visual.
Mr. Sanford, can you do it one more time?
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hello, Mr. Sanford. Can you count to 5 for us?
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, thank you.
No visual.
Mr. Sanford, can you do it one more time?
Yes, 1, 2, 3,
4, 5.
Mr. Sanford, can you count to 5 for us?
It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, thank you.
No visual.
Mr. Sanford, can you do it one more time?
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I should close it and reopen, or just leave it?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing
Hello,
1,
can you hear
2,
me?
3.
See, that's
Yes.
the webinar part, right? I'm not in on the Zoom part.
You in there now because I hear you. I'm in the room. This Laurie, I hear you. If you can count to 10 for me.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
There you go.
Okay, can somebody count to 10 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, did you get that, Kenna? Thank you.
Should get me in there, not to be the webinar. Did you have to click on anything?
Work, Larry?
Yes, it's working. It haven't
Okay.
repeated.
All right, good.
All right.
All right, okay, thank you. All right, we are going to, we think we're ready to resume with our hearing today. And I understand Mr. Sanford is available, and so Mr. Sanford, if you would come on screen and raise your right hand, we'll swear you in.
I can't get the video. There's no video for me.
We don't see you.
Yeah.
It would be helpful to see you for the
I'm
swear.
trying. There was
Okay, oh my goodness. We are going to, we think we're ready to resume with our hearing today.
the video.
And I understand Mr. Sanford is available, and so Mr. Sanford, if you would come on screen and raise your right hand, we'll swear you in. All right, someone on the Zoom is feeding
There's
back
no
the
video.
audio,
Right.
and it's really interfering with our session. It would be helpful to see you for the swearing
I'm
in.
trying.
Okay, oh my goodness. We are going to, think we're ready to resume with our hearing today.
The video.
Sanford is available, and so Mr. Sanford, if you would come on screen and raise your right hand, we'll swear you in. All right, someone on the Zoom is feeding back the
Try that? Yeah.
all right, someone on the this is the first time I've Well, we're off of recess. We are going to start again. And we will hear from the Office of Campaign Finance, and representing the office will be their General Counsel, Mr. Sanford. Mr. Sanford, if you're in the room, without that double audio feedback, it would be very helpful. Or at least you see patient that he's in the room. Try to reach Wesley Williams too. To no avail. All right. Okay, all right.
But no meeting, right? Go down here. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. Start.
Mr. Sanford, are you in the room?
You in the room, yes.
All right, there you are. All right, excellent. Thank you so much.
I apologize for all the trouble.
No trouble. We've been having a lot of fun with the audio system all day. So you're just a carrot to it, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right. And so if you will raise your right hand, we'll swear you in. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
All right, and we will take your testimony now, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
All right, there you are. All right, excellent. Thank you so much.
I apologize for all the trouble.
No trouble. We've been having a lot of fun with the audio system all day. So you're just a carrot to it, okay? All right. And so if you will raise your right hand, we'll swear you in. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
All right, and we will take your testimony now, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
All right, there you are. All right, excellent. Thank you so much.
I apologize for all the trouble.
No trouble. We've been having a lot of fun with the audio system all day. So we're just a carrot to it, okay? All right. And so if you will raise your right hand, we'll swear you in. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
All right, and we will take your testimony now, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, there you are. All right, excellent. Thank you so much. Mr. Sanford, I'm so sorry. We're gonna ask you to delay your testimony for we'll come back to you at 4 p.m. if that's okay with you. 4 p.m. All righty. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right, we have a delay in hearing from the Office of Campaign Finance, and now we're going to hear from the Inspector General. They have they're here with us, and so we're very happy to entertain their testimony, and I will endeavor to just sort of introduce them and their office to everyone again. The Office of Inspector General is our primary agency tasked with preventing fraud, mismanagement, and abuses of power within the government of the District of Columbia. The OIG is the only local agency that can investigate all aspects of our government. It conducts independently, its audits, its inspections, and investigations of matters pertaining to the District of Columbia government in order to do 4 major things. 1, prevent and detect corruption, mismanagement, waste, fraud, and abuse. Promote the economy, the efficiency, and the effectiveness and accountability of our government, and inform stakeholders about issues relating to district programs and operations, and it recommends and tracks the implementation of corrective action. And so I want to thank Inspector General Lucas and his team, and I will now swear you in, if you would, raise your right hand. All right, do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements made before us today to be truthful and complete? Thank you. And so you can begin when you're ready, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. I'm Daniel W. Lucas, Inspector General for the District of Columbia. I am pleased to appear before the committee to review the Office of Inspector General budget submission for fiscal year 24. Joining me to assist in the presentation are Ms. Jamie Yarusi, Deputy Inspector General for Business Management, and Dr. James Hurley, Agency Fiscal Officer. Today, I would like to discuss 3 specific areas. First, the OIG's unique budget process. Second, our FY23 budget and expenditures to date, and our FY24 proposed budget and recommendations for the FY24 Budget Support Act. The OIG has a unique budget process as compared to other district agencies. Specifically, the OIG's enabling legislation states that the OIG shall prepare and submit to the mayor annual estimates of expenditures and appropriations necessary for the operation of the OIG for the year. These estimates are then forwarded by the mayor to the council without revision, but subject to recommendations, including recommendations on reallocating any funds from the Inspector General's estimates to other items in the district budget. The OIG's budget also benefits from a support fund. The OIG support fund is funded by 25% of criminal restitution and recoupments generated from an OIG criminal investigation and 25% of revenue from recaptured overpayments identified through an OIG audit, inspection, or evaluation. Before the OIG support fund receives any deposits, $248,000 must first go to the district general fund. Any local funds above $1 million remaining in the OIG's operating budget may be deposited into the OIG support fund at the end of the fiscal year. However, not more than $3 million may be deposited in any fiscal year, and the fund balance cannot exceed $5 million. With the support of the executive and the council, the OIG's FY23 approved gross budget is $25.5 million with 130 full-time equivalent positions. The OIG's gross budget includes 10 term FTE positions and $1.86 million in non-personal services resources to support oversight of the district's $3.3 billion American Rescue Plan Act appropriations. In FY23, the OIG's approved budget included a $1 million spending authority in the OIG support fund. However, that amount is subject to the receipt of revenues. Not reflected in the OIG's FY23 approved budget is the OIG's voluntary reduction following the Office of the Chief Financial Officer's February 2023 revenue estimates. Due to the estimate's immediate impact on the district's finances, the OIG worked with the executive to return $1 million in ARPA funding and $500,000 in personal service surplus in the fiscal year. In the first 5 months of FY '23, the OIG has expended about 28% of its local funds and 28% of its federal grant funds. As I testified before this committee during the OIG's FY '22 performance oversight hearing, the bulk of the OIG's underspend this fiscal year is due to vacant positions, which the OIG is working to fill with qualified candidates. I encourage those watching at home to look for OIG job opportunities at careers.dc.gov. In addition to filling vacant positions, the OIG expects increased MPS spending through the remainder of this fiscal year as we reconstitute operations in our new office later this summer. The OIG's proposed FY '24 budget reflects a net increase of $387,000 in local funds and a $135,000 increase in federal grant funds. The OIG did not submit any additional enhancement requests for FY '24. Additionally, the proposed budget reflects an increase of $1.6 million to the OIG support fund revenue estimate, which is subject to the receipt of revenues. Given the district's revenue estimates, the OIG's FY '24 proposed budget includes voluntary reductions of $1 million to ARPA MPS funds and $500,000 in MPS local funds to support the district's financial projections for the next fiscal year. Not included in the OIG's FY '24 proposed budget is funding to establish a body-worn camera program as required by district law. This requirement is subject to the availability of funding, which the fiscal impact statement estimates would cost $334,000 in FY '23 and $1.2 million over the 4-year budget and financial plan. As such, I look forward to collaborating with this committee to secure the funding needed to meet this unfunded mandate. I would like to conclude my testimony by highlighting the OIG's recommendations for the fiscal year '24 Budget Support Act of 2023. First, given the increasing cybersecurity threats facing the district, a Budget Support Act amendment, Title I, Government Direction and Support, Subtitle A, Technology, Grants, Programs, and Security, would bolster the district's overall cybersecurity efforts by codifying the Office of Technology, the Office of the Chief Technology Officer's role across the entirety of the district government. This proposed amendment furthers previous OIG recommendations to improve the district's overall cybersecurity efforts. However, part of this amendment would be in conflict with the OIG's statutory requirements to maintain the confidentiality of any person who brings a complaint or provides information to this office. Comply with the rule of 6E of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure and adhere to standards promulgated by the Council of Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency. We have recommended changes to the amendment that mitigate any potential statutory confusion between OCTO and OIG responsibilities and authorities. Second, the OIG has proposed 2 additional amendments to the subtitle Government Direction and Support, Subtitle A, Technology Grants, Programs, and Security, which mirror the statutory requirements of Federal Office of the Inspectors General. The first amendment would deconflict any issue related to the OIG statutory access to district information and our access to district IT systems and data in furtherance of oversight work. The second amendment would include a statutory mandate similar to federal law, requiring the OIG to independently evaluate the district's information security program and practices. Finally, the OIG proposes a new amendment designed to simultaneously increase the efficiency of OIG investigations while enhancing the safety of our criminal investigators. The amendment's expected efficiencies would benefit the district's revenue in future years, as our investigative work often results in civil and criminal monetary recoveries that are included in the district's revenue estimate as non-tax revenue. The amendment would also reduce the OIG's reliance on partner law enforcement agencies, many of whom are contending with fewer resources to meet their mission requirements and may be unable to respond to future OIG requests for assistance. The amendment would not require additional funding and would only clarify the OIG's authorities. In conclusion, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee, the OIG has a critical oversight role of the district. In an environment of declining resources, the OIG has and will continue to help the district maximize its revenues and ensure its expenditures are economical, efficient, and effective. This concludes my testimony, and I welcome the opportunity to answer your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. I do want to start with your testimony on page 5, and that is the point you're making about the proposed 2 additional amendments to the subtitle. And it just makes me wonder, can we talk a little bit about the average number of investigations that your office mounts, let's say, on a yearly basis?
I would say at any given time, we probably have open 90 or so criminal investigations. And on the Medicaid fraud control unit side, there will probably be at any one time 20 to 30 investigations open.
Right. And so the number of new investigations you get on an annual basis, let's take this year, 2023.
Give me a second, I want to.
Mm-hmm. And I'm asking this question to try and understand the volume of what has to be considered and the value of the amendments that you're proposing to some degree.
Yeah, I would say, council member, as I mentioned earlier, at any given time, we'll have upwards of 120, 130 open investigations. And I would estimate, anywhere between 20 and 30, incoming investigations. So that 130 number, it sustains, give or take, 10 or 20 investigations. Because investigations aren't closed in the year that they're open. Some of them, cross many fiscal years.
Okay, so they're not closed. Why are they not closed? Is it a condition of not having enough staff? Or is it the condition or the, I guess, the elements of the investigation? Or is it that you just have sort of like a formula? We get it this month, 2 months later, we investigate, 4 months later, we do preliminary review of the data. 6 months later, we evaluate whether or not we need to change our mode of operation. 9 months later, we do something else. Now we're into 15 months. We finally reached a conclusion. I'm just trying to understand your work.
So every investigation is different. There is no formulaic process as far as time goes. What we do is just follow the evidence and try to step through our process as quickly as possible. As you mentioned, we, start the process with evaluating, what we have to determine if there's any veracity to allegations. If there are, we begin to gather documents, conduct interviews, and so on and so forth. And that all, goes through, and then, finally, we get to a place where we're, having a conversation with the U.S. Attorney's Office on whether or not, if they're going to prosecute. And if they are going to prosecute, they have specific, information that they may require of us, which may take some more time. So all that is to say that, every investigation is different. You know, there are some we can get through quickly because the evidence is there and we can go ahead and get it prosecuted. But in many, times, we just have to step through a process. And as I see it right now, it doesn't really have anything to do with, our investigative capacity. It's more of just efficiently going through a process and then having the U.S. attorneys prosecute the cases.
Okay, so there are steps, prescribed steps that you follow for any investigation,
Yes,
and the time frame varies
yes.
since you are following the evidence as you indicated. Okay, well, one of the questions that is before us, particularly the government and the government employees, is why does it take so long? And we're struggling with how do we answer that so that it doesn't take a year and a half or longer to mount these investigations, because in some instances there's a feeling that dollars are flowing out of the window, so to speak.
Yeah.
During this
And
time frame.
that's a great question and a great observation, council member. There's another element to our work, and that is oftentimes we have to partner with federal agencies because they have some interest in the particular allegations, as well as our criminal investigators not having law enforcement designation, which would allow them to perform all of the steps necessary to get through a case. There are often times where we have to rely on our federal partners to conduct a particular step for us, and we're on their timeline to do that work. If we had that designation and we were able to perform all of the steps in a criminal investigation, then we're operating on our timeline as opposed to waiting on our federal partners to perform a particular piece of that investigation.
So when you're waiting on the federal partners, what is the usual time frame for their cooperation and providing you with what you need? Is it a month, 30 days? Is it 90 days? Is it half a year? A year?
Sometimes it can go into, a month, if you will. Our federal partners, they work well with us, but they also have their resource constraints. I mean, you have to remember, they have their work that they have to do. And then there is the assistance and the collaborating with our office. And as you know, there are many things that are going on, in the city, that affect the work that we do, where they have to devote more resources. And then, our timeline begins to slide.
So if you were given the authorities that you're asking for, the statutory mandate that is similar to federal resources agencies, could we then anticipate and likely see that the investigations would be shorter?
I would say the answer is likely yes, because then we would be in control of our timeline. We're not beholden to another entity that affects our ability to get through the investigative process. If we did have those authorities, we can step through the process, and then once we get through to the prosecution phase, then we're at the mercy of the U.S. Attorney's Office to do the prosecutions. But for us, in terms of conducting criminal investigations, the more control we can have of our process, the more efficient we can be.
And I believe your testimony says the amendment would not require additional funding. Is
No.
this the amendment we're speaking of?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
but the amendment or the request that you're making of body worn cameras, does require a little money.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
we're
just
looking
want,
at,
I want the public to distinguish between the two. Okay, thank you for that. And the amount of money you're requesting is the 334,000.
yes.
And that will equip how many cameras? And I guess the process of changing batteries and all of that, or are the battery costs separate and you haven't included it here?
Yeah, we're looking at about, we have around 50 criminal investigators, all of which have to be assigned, their camera. And obviously we would have, a few in reserve. So the 334,000 would, support the equipment, the technology to manage the recordings and also training.
So do you have that broken down as to what the cost for equipment and then
Yeah.
the technology and then the training package? And who
Yes.
would do that? Can we get that from you?
Absolutely.
All right. Were you able to participate in, and how did you participate, if you were able, in the mayor's revenue estimates where there was a request that all of the agencies reduce some of their vacancies?
Yeah, we didn't reduce vacancies.
You
but-
did not, okay.
But what we did do is return surplus NPS funds and also our ARPA oversight funds. Just for the public's awareness, the OIG's budget is independent. What that means is once some money is appropriated, for the office, it's for the office's use only. But typically what we do when we have surplus, we often return that money to the mayor, or if the city's budget is an extremis, we will talk with the mayor and find out how we can help close any budget gaps that they have.
Does the law permit you to transfer any of your surplus or leftovers to any place other than back to the general fund?
I don't know that there's any specific.
Well, as you mentioned, again, Jim Hurley, Agency Fiscal Officer, I think as the Inspector General Support Fund, as mentioned earlier in the testimony, to the extent that we arrive at the end of the fiscal year and there is some surplus, there's the ability for that to go into the Inspector General Support Fund.
But only to the support fund.
That's correct.
So if I were to say, you heard the testimony from the Board of Elections and they've got to have this IT system, you could not earmark some of your surplus to help them
No,
with that.
no.
Okay. I just want it on the record so we know what the limitations are or the extent of your, abilities to move money around.
Yeah, I don't know that the law specifically, prohibits it, but as a matter of practice for us.
Yeah.
What's appropriated for our office is for our office. And, it's my responsibility and I do have the authority to return money back to the general fund. And that's the extent I'll be transferring any money. Because I don't want to be, picking, programs. So, if we do have, surplus, it just goes back to the mayor for her to, obligate if she sees fit.
I ask because sometimes when we are talking dollars and cents at the council, it seems so easy to say, oh, I'll pluck here and it'll go there and what have you. So I just wanted it on the record, what you feel you can do with whatever surplus you have.
Yeah, I think
So
that's a
that
great
when they
question.
start wanting to cherry pick and do. Okay,
Yeah, I just call balls and strikes. I'm in the middle. I'm not an appropriator. So.
all right, thank you for that. You indicated you did not ask for any enhancements that, other than the body worn
Yes.
camera, the 334,000.
Right, and that's, that's a legislative mandate. We have the program. In order to bring the program to life, we need the money to buy the equipment, so on and so forth.
Do you feel that the government is getting its dollars worth by funding your agency 130 FTEs? $25.5 million?
I think so. I would say yes. And, kind of some simple, measures are, we recover or in recoveries and restitution from our work somewhere around $19 million a year. So there's that piece, but then there's also the piece where our work helps agencies become more economic and efficient in the work that they do, because we often help them identify things that they don't normally see when they're performing their operations. So I think that the 25.5 million is well spent. At some point, I'll probably come back to this committee and ask for more. Once we, get reconstituted in our new agency, once we implement some of our programs and begin to see some return, I'd like to come back and show you what we're doing and how we have some return on that investment.
Well, thank you for that. So you're telling me that you estimate that we're spending this $6.5 million to get this 19 million back that you pretty much guarantee comes back to the government on an annual basis.
I wouldn't say guarantee, but the numbers, demonstrate that, it's around 19 million.
Okay, I would call that being very effective. Your your term employees, your 10 term employees, this 1.8 million. Oh, that's a separate, so 10 term employees. And the 1.86 million. Is that within this 25.5, or is that some of the monies that you returned because you didn't spend it, the federal dollars, the APRA?
Yeah, that's the ARPA oversight funds are included in the 25.5.
Okay, so this is what you, in theory, return to the general fund.
No. These are the FTEs and funds, that we use to provide oversight of ARPA funding. But we did return some of those dollars. Yes, we did.
You returned some of the 1.86 million.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's why I was
Yes.
confused about whether we would then equate the 10 term employee, their salary to get, we certainly would get more than 1.86. And so
Yes.
that's what I'm trying to understand. I read what you write and give me, trying to be on top of that. Okay. In FY22, you established the External Affairs Division, which includes repurposing 2 FTEs and the NPS resources. And they were to do various market and customer segments in your services and products through multiple mechanisms, including community engagement efforts. So how is this External Affairs Division performing, and what are they really doing? What can the employees of the government understand is their real role?
Sure. Just to give you a little background, in FY 21 going into 22, through our strategic planning process, one of the things that we learned about, or we talk about ourselves, is there's not a great understanding within the district of what the OIG does. And at the time, we didn't have any dedicated resources to consistently, perform a marketing and engagement function. So what the leadership team endeavored to do was, decide that, hey, we do need to devote some resources to this important function, because if you think about it from a business standpoint, our customers are anyone that can provide information to the Office of Inspector General so we can help the government run better. But if your customers don't understand, what you're delivering, then you're not going to have those customers. And so what our external affairs division does is constantly push out, information through social media. We have regular engagements with council members. That is where we come in, we sit down with council members, and we, give them insights on what would help them in their oversight portfolio. The next phase of growth in our EA function is to do the community engagement piece. That is, go out, to civic meetings, talk to district residents about what we do and how they can help their government perform better. The other thing that we've done is we reimagined our website. That is, instead of just having a static website with things on it, what we have now is a more engaging website where the community can go in and look at the work we've done, and also monitor the work that we're doing, and also have some insight on the impact of our work. So, I would say the ES is really kind of sort of the starting point, for our business. That is, they're going out and finding customers for us. It's a 4-person staff, a deputy inspector general and analysts. Right now they're staffed at 3. We're currently recruiting for one more position, which is a legislative analyst.
Okay, checking up on us, in other words, and then taking that message to the public.
Yes.
I see. All right. And you want us to fund that, right?
Absolutely.
I
It's
got you.
important. It's very important.
Okay. All right. And what are the numbers for that particular office? Numbers, financial costs for that office, your 4-person office,
600,000.
supplies, transportation, did they get a vehicle?
No.
No
No.
vehicle.
They're budgeted $600,000 a year.
Currently,
Yes.
but if you added another person, it would be another 150.
The budget is 600,000.
Okay.
So that's right now, that's part of the surplus that we have, because that
Ah.
position is vacant.
How do you handle, what's the protocol, if you have established one, for your office in dealing with whistleblowers? How does that work? And I ask that because you mentioned something about the database and all of them, trying to figure out how this would work.
Sure. Anyone that comes to our office with information where they believe, something is going wrong in a city, or if someone is committing a crime, they're treated as a whistleblower, period. The law requires my office to maintain that confidentiality. So in effect, they would have whistleblower status. And if anything should happen to them, they can go in and make a claim to the Office of Human Rights. So everyone that comes to our office is treated.
Okay, so do you notify the Office of Human Rights that employee A has filed with you and therefore they know that there is whistleblower protection for that individual? Or does it just stay with you? I'm trying to figure
Sure.
out how would the rest of the government know, or do they need to know? And if so, how does this go into this database that we talked
Right.
about earlier?
So anyone that comes to our office, we don't share that information with anyone unless there's, a compelling interest to disclose that individual's identity. How it works is if you, council member, came to my office and said, I think, employee X over here is taking bribes. Okay, so we take that information and then what we would do is talk to you as a complainant about the process. And part of that conversation is, where the individual can go if they believe they're being retaliated against for providing the OIG that information. So we do not go to the Office of Human Resources and say, hey, Mr. X came to us, with this complaint. I just need you to know that they're a whistleblower. That is not how it works.
Okay,
We counsel the complainant on how the whistleblower protection process works.
all right, okay, so whistleblowers would not be included or counted in your database.
No.
So how do people know that person is a whistleblower?
They shouldn't know.
Okay,
Unless the individual is retaliated against. That's kind of sort of when you invoke that designation. But if they're just, bringing information to our office and we're acting on that, then that's that.
I've just heard of whistleblowers that say, well, the whistleblower was counted in, anyway, I'm just trying to figure it out.
We
I've
capture
always been
complainants.
concerned about that, yeah.
We capture complainants and we report that out in our performance plan, how many complainants come to our
Okay.
office. So that information is.
All right, so in theory, since all inquiries are whistleblower, so to speak, the 20 or 30 that you do in the way of intake every year, estimate could be and are in fact considered and treated as whistleblowers.
Right. So the 20 or 30 are complaints that result in an investigation, but we have upwards of 1,000 or so
Yeah.
contacts every year of individuals that would get that status if, they need it.
Oh, my goodness. Well, then I have to ask, since the pandemic, have you noticed that that number is growing or has it decreased?
Sure. The trend is we had a decline, and as the government is reconstituting back to in-person, we're beginning to see those numbers go back.
So I could therefore assume that in-person contact generates the concerns.
Yeah, one could
And
infer that.
when we have to transact business electronically, you get fewer.
One could infer that from our
Yeah,
trend,
yeah.
yes.
Okay. Wonder what that means for government in general as we continue to move forward.
Sure. I mean, I think that's a good question from the OIG perspective. We were talking about our external affairs division. This is where, the external affairs division, begins to hype their marketing. That's how you get customers, when you're constantly putting information out into the community about what the OIG does. That's when you get, I like to call them customers, not complainants, but that's when you begin to get more customers because the OIG is on their mind. they may have some information that they think they want to share.
All right, and if you get more customers, to me, that translates into a larger budget, more bodies, more FTEs to perform the duties.
Absolutely, that's how
All
that
right,
works.
I see. And is that the direction that we want to move in?
You know, from my perspective, you actually don't want a lot of complaints, but it happens, you know. So the other part of me says, what you want is good government. The way you get good government is consistent oversight. And people understanding that, you know, the OIG is out there doing proactive work, active work, and reactive work. We're constantly testing the machinery of government to make sure it's operating efficiently. And then when we have acute problems where people are stealing money, we go in and deal with that as well. So you really want to make sure you have enough resources to apply to the to apply to the government. Make sure you have enough to be proactive, active, and reactive.
So in a given year, how many of your 30 about inquiries, investigations that you launch are about misuse of money, you know, fraud, taking money, things like that?
So I would say most of those investigations are about, you know, some financial issue, either mismanagement or outright fraud. And then there is a portion, you know, that our Medicaid fraud control unit deals with, where we're looking at individuals who are exploiting people on the Medicaid program, either through you know, violence or stealing their money or so on and so forth. But most of our investigations, by and large, are looking into some element of fraud against some program in the district.
So do you also look at situations where employees maybe strike another employee? Do you get those kinds of inquiries?
No, that is not in our purview. When you have violence like that, it's gonna be, you know, an MPD issue because it's a public safety issue. We may engage the issue if there is some element about the workplace that isn't functioning properly.
I see.
So
So if I say to, or someone says to me that I don't like the way you prepared your work, and I'm telling you to sit down, and I say I'm not sitting down, and a little strife and begins, because it's about the work, you would have the ability to investigate that, correct?
but the violence piece, you know, is MPD.
All right, okay. And what about harassment? You know, we have a anti-harassment law on the books, even sexual harassment, innuendos, you know, we go through the training every year. Do you investigate those?
We do not.
Okay.
We do not.
Okay.
The only way, you know, we would look into something like that is if an entity didn't have a program and they should have, or they had a program and the program wasn't functioning. We may be asked to independently come in and evaluate, you know, the program itself.
Okay.
But the issue of harassment and sexual harassment is not within our purview.
Yeah, like I didn't get my promotion because, I didn't let him touch my shoulder
Right.
all day long, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I think that's very important. It may sound like, okay, we're getting into a sensitive area of government, but it is a reality. And I want people to be clear as to what is your role and how you are spending the taxpayer's
Yes.
dollar. I think that's very, very important because, it gets very confusing after a while, when you think you know, and you might just not know, how an agency's, performance is measured. And so I wanted to.
And what I would say,
Thank you.
council member, is, because we are the OIG, we believe we have a role to help people get their issue, to the entity that can address it. So when we often, get contacts or individuals that come to our office and says, hey, this is happening to me, what do I do? And we do what's called an assist. That's where we give the individual precise information on where they should go to get that matter addressed.
Now, once a individual has received, their outcome via your office, what is their recourse if they're not happy? Is it the courts?
Okay, it depends on what they're not happy with. If an entity isn't satisfied with something that we've done.
Entity meaning
If the
person, individual,
yeah,
yes, okay.
Isn't satisfied with something that we've done, we'll take that feedback. We will review what we've done, to confirm that we followed all the procedures and we have given an objective answer.
So you have an appeals process?
Oh, just internally,
Okay,
just to make
okay.
sure, our work is sound. And if we, and are accurate in what we've done, we'll communicate that, to the individual. But as far as an external appeal process, I'm not sure, one exists, although BEGA can provide, some relief. Or.
So you would refer them to BEGA?
Yeah, if they have a question about something, that we've
Okay.
done.
All
you know,
right. That you have done.
Right.
But if the question is that they're not happy with the outcome of the review of what they thought were or believe are the issues that they brought to your table, you
Yeah.
would still refer them to BEGA?
I mean, if they're not happy, our job isn't to make people happy. Our job is to give people objective truth, based on facts and evidence. And we often, have those issues where someone's not happy. There's not a lot we can do about that, but, to the extent, that we are wrong about something, we'll go back and correct the record. That's our obligation.
Okay, thank you for that, because you should know, you probably already expected if you don't know, that at the council level, we get whatever is, individuals feel hasn't reached the conclusion that they desire. And I'm like, what do we do with this?
Mhm.
And
Yeah, I mean,
I just don't know.
so part of the recourse is your office for the Office of Inspector General. Your role is to provide oversight of my office. If anyone should ever, come to you and say, the OIG was wrong, I would expect, you to call me and say, IG Lucas, I have this thing, can we talk about it? And my answer will always be, absolutely, when do you want to see me? And then we can talk it through.
And in talking about it, from what you shared with me, you have a clear understanding that you're not about trying to make someone happy. That's not your role. You want to be correct in application of the law, and you're going to do that. So once that is exhausted, what should be the recourse of the government, period? Whether it's at the council level or where, what can a individual expect in order to bring closure to their concern?
Right. And I mean, and as I mentioned, I think the quickest path to closure in those instances is our offices have a conversation about the issue. Because oftentimes individuals aren't happy because they don't get the outcome that they're looking. And so to the extent, you know, that our offices can communicate to individuals what the facts are, what the evidence is, it's the hope that they accept that answer. Although we do have, you know, individuals who kind of, you know, forum shop until they find, you know, an answer that they're looking for. But I can tell you from the OIG standpoint, you know, I often tell people this, we just call balls and strikes. We keep it in the middle. We stay objective to the facts. And then that's it.
Okay, you make a tough argument for issue to continue. And I know that ultimately the desire of the individual with the complaint is to, you know, sort of shut it down one way or the other. And so that.
Yeah, our role is, you know, fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement, you know, public corruption, improving the economy and efficiency effective of the district. That's what we do.
Right. So when I get my next complaint and it says I've been to the OIG, I've been to BEGA, I've been here and there, and now, Councilwoman, you have to make a decision. I don't make a decision. My decision is based on hopefully the objectivity that has been exhibited by the agencies with the authority to review a complaint, correct?
Absolutely.
All right.
And I will tell you that, you know, we work, you know, extremely well with BEGA and other oversight entities and the feds in the district. Because we all want to make sure we get the answer.
Do you work also with the U.S. Attorney's Office?
Quite often on a daily basis, on an hourly basis. Because we have lots of work that they're overseeing, that they're prosecuting.
So now this is really venturing out there, but do you also work with the FBI forensic lab?
No, not directly. We do not.
I just had to ask that question, you know. All right. Thank you very much. Mr. IG, what do you believe your role will be in looking at the federal infrastructure law as DC receives its about $3 billion? What would be, how are you situated to do that, and what would be your role? And
so we expect to get additional resources to oversee those dollars coming into the district.
Federal dollars?
Yes, the federal dollars that are coming into the district. And what we would do as an OIG is to devise an oversight plan for those dollars to make sure we understand how they're flowing and to also identify whether there is any specific risk to fraud, waste, or abuse in how the money is being managed. So probably the first thing that we'll do is conduct a risk assessment so we know where the risks are, and then we will go in and conduct specific engagements where those risks lie. After the risk assessment, we'll communicate with the mayor's office and the CA on, hey, this is where you need to pay particular attention as you're managing these resources. And here is where we're going to specifically look to make sure everything is working economically, efficiently, and effectively.
I remember when we got a lot of federal dollars to do COVID mitigation, and did you prepare an oversight plan for that?
Yes, ma'am, we did. And
Okay.
we did a lot of work on those funds, specifically, through our processes as OIG, the OCFR, risk assessments. We did a lot of work on how that money moved around within the district, and found some challenges where we recommended they could do better on managing those funds and managing the purchases that came from those funds.
Okay, well, what about the Stay DC program? And what about the unemployment insurance that we dispersed? I know, and you know, that there were many problems with both of those systems. And did you prepare an oversight plan for the disbursement of those dollars, or was it too instantaneous that we got the money? And just trying to understand, because there's a lot of alleged fraud with both of those systems.
So a lot of the things that we do in the OIG is anticipatory. And what that means is we're constantly conducting risk assessments and what's going on in the district, and we plan our work. So knowing that we would have this influx of money, we had already prepared certain engagements to examine those issues. For example, unemployment insurance. We planned an audit 2 years ago to take a look at, how those funds were coming in and how those were being dispersed. And we probably be reporting out on that audit within the next month or two. It was an interesting audit, to get the data, to say, okay, here's the things you can do better. Now, as you mentioned, some of that resulted in fraud. And we also look at those issues, including Stay DC. All of that work comes to us, and we are heavily engaged in it.
So what's the status of the Stay DC?
Like any
Report.
investigation, it's not a report, it's actually investigations.
Oh, so you're still doing the investigation for that?
Right. And I can talk to you about.
Yes,
those offline.
please. That is very, yes.
Yeah.
What about paid family leave?
Paid
Have you
family leave,
looked at that? I mean, it's a new
No.
program.
Yeah. No, we have not done any engagements on
Okay.
paid family leave. I think when last we spoke about it, it was too early of a program for us to go in and test anything. But
Okay.
it is part of our risk assessment.
All right. Trying to think of these. This is a program that's been around a long time. And how do you test and put forth an oversight plan for the spending of the federal transportation dollars?
Federal transportation dollars, we conduct an annual highway protection trust fund audit. To monitor those funds going in and coming out. But aside from that, we've not done any work on those funds.
So if we could get scheduled to do a little quick follow-up,
Absolutely,
that would be very helpful.
absolutely.
I just want to make sure that this committee is on top of things. Not that we feel we have any public responsibility, but we have oversight responsibility to, you know, to follow the path and to make sure that we're at least asking questions. I know today you didn't expect these questions, but you've been very kind to be responsive to them. But it's all about the dollars.
Right.
And
about the
want to
dollars.
make sure that whatever spending plans we have really are working and are delivering. And see doctors saying, yes, yes, because he's been here for a while and understands that, you know, that's really where everyone ultimately ends up, you know. Am I getting my dollars for, you know, that kind of stuff. Oh, have you looked at the expenditures from the Housing Production Trust Fund? I don't remember if I saw anything.
Yeah, we did an audit. We published it, I think last year.
Was it last year?
Yeah.
Most recent.
Yeah,
Right.
but we are continuing work, in that area.
Have you looked at the local rent supplement program separate from the housing choice program?
Right. We haven't just yet.
Okay.
We're waiting for some things to settle in DCHA to determine, you know, what would be the best use of our time, you know, to provide insights
Yeah,
to decision makers. But we are, you know, examining
yeah.
that.
Great. Thank you for that. And I know my colleagues are maybe perturbed that I would ask these questions, but I gotta ask them.
That's
And we
it.
have to have answers. So I appreciate it very, very much. I want everyone to know, I am not encouraging the Office of Inspector General to mount any investigation. This is just purely to give the public an understanding of what has been the progress to date. That is all. I would never do that because we're talking about what, 130 FTEs? That's quite a bit, Jim.
And what the people should know is, you know, we independently do our work, but we also have an obligation to district leadership, the district stakeholders. If they have something that they need help understanding, it is the job of the Office of Inspector General to go out and find the objective truths and bring that back to decision makers.
All right. Last year, you requested 2.6 million in non-personnel service. Did you receive the funding and was it adequate to meet your needs?
We received that money and it was in fact adequate because it's helping us to finish out, you know, the requirements of our new facility, particularly our IT infrastructure. And we're extremely pleased with those additional funds and what we were able to do with those monies.
Where is your new facility?
At 100 M Street.
100 M Street Southeast?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Southeast, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Can you provide a rationale for the total costs and the anticipated changes to the pandemic oversight program?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I can provide that.
Okay, all right. Make a note of that. Can you tell us what the Mission Support Fund is? Apparently you asked for an increase in special purpose revenue, 1.6 million. Maybe I have asked about it, but didn't realize I was asking about it.
Yeah, so the $1.6 million is actually, you know, a budget, you know, marker, if you will, because you have to have some budget authority to spend that money when you do get it. So we don't actually have that 1.6 million. It's what we anticipate in revenues that are coming to that fund. That's
coming
correct.
to the special
Yeah.
purpose revenue fund.
Yes,
That's
And
correct.
how do you use the special purpose revenue fund?
yeah. Those monies will be used to further our mission. You know, that is, you know, if we have some sort of engagement where we need to quickly bring on a subject matter expert in something, or if there's some piece of equipment that we have to procure, that's what those resources are for, because obviously we did not, you know, budget for those items in the fiscal year.
And when you make your purchases, do you have to go through the standard procurement process? You know, 3 submissions?
Yeah,
have you-
the answer is for the most part, yes.
Are you outside of the procurement process?
No, I am not. I'm
Are you
still
that
under-
independent?
No, I am not, although I should be,
Oh.
under the authority of the chief procurement officer.
You are under the authority?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
because I know DDOT is outside of it.
right, as we should be.
Ah, okay.
And that's, you know, really just to, you know, protect or keep confidential the things that we're doing. A lot of times we have to procure something, you know, for example, for an investigation. And if you know what we're procuring, you'll know what we're investigating. So, you know, the idea of, you know, the OIG having its own independent procurement authority protects, you know, our mission. Although we would operate, you know, under the same guidelines as, you know, under the PPRA.
We should look at that.
And also there's a, you know, a time element, you know, to that. You know, when you are beholden to someone else's process, you're beholden to their process. You know, as opposed to us knowing what we need when we need it. So that's another element, you know, to consider, you know, when needing independent procurement.
So you are suggesting that this current process that you must participate in might be a reason why an investigation takes a length of time.
Yeah,
You're
Yeah.
insinuating that anyway. Okay,
that is.
All right.
That is an element. Yes.
I, would love to understand more about the time frame for completing investigations and those things that get in the way and can
Sure.
lengthen the time frame for an investigation.
Yeah, and actually what I'd like to do, council member, is, you know, schedule a meeting with you and I'll bring, you know, the heads of both of my investigations unit and we can make a presentation to you to give you some more granularity in how these things take place.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think with more federal dollars having the likelihood to come into the system, you know, we just want to make sure that we're on top of everything.
And I would say, particularly, you know, in my tenure as the Inspector General, I don't think we've ever been more effective as we are now with our criminal investigation mission, where we're having a lot of success. And you see our press releases.
I do it, but Mr. Lucas, I must say, when you continue to mention criminal investigations, I don't want the public to get the impression that we are creating a new police force.
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay.
That's, you know, far from the truth. What we do is simply collect, you know, evidence, conduct interviews and determine on whether or not if a crime, you know, has been committed. We are not, you know, in, you know, the public domain, engaging with the public in general. Most of our work is done behind the scenes.
Well, the cameras, when you get the cameras, would the cameras fall under the same requirements as MPD cameras?
Exactly.
They would.
Yeah.
All right, so that means if and when the mayor could release the footage from the body worn camera.
And our body worn cameras will only be worn, during particular operations, conducting arrest warrants and search warrants and things like that.
But they would not be turned off at the discretion of the wearer.
Oh, absolutely not. No, absolutely not. And we're actually in the process of developing processes, procedures, policies, and training that we anticipate having ready to fully roll out by the end of this fiscal.
All right, and would you make sure that we get a copy of your next draft
Yes.
on that,
Yeah.
please?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you all very, very much for your participation today. And we're going to look for the $334,000.
Appreciate that.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you all.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
time. Look forward to the meeting with you and talk to the issues that we discussed.
Oh, yeah, I have 3 more pages, but it's been a while.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you all. Usually around this time, we want a little levity in doing these hearings, so. You did, he did, audience, he smiled. And his team smiled as well, so yes, it is possible. Thank you all so much. All right, we're going to move right along, and I know we indicated to the Office of Campaign Finance that they would be on at 4. It might be just a tad later than 4, because Mr. Sanford is not in the room. So we are going to move very quickly to the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability. And I'll read very quickly a few points about the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, commonly referred to as BEGA. It investigates alleged ethics law violations by district government employees and public officials. BEGA also provides binding ethics advice and conducts mandatory training on the DC government's Code of Conduct. BEGA is comprised of 2 distinct offices, the Office of Open Government and the Office of Government Ethics. Open Government ensures compliance with the Open Meetings Act, which requires that all public bodies gather to consider, conduct or advice on public businesses, take all official action during public meetings, and provide proper notice and detain records of their meetings. The Office of Open Government also renders formal and informal advice to public bodies seeking guidance on compliance with the provisions of the Open Meetings Act and conducts trainings and outreach on the procedural requirements of the Act. In addition to enforcing the Open Meetings Act, the office advocates for fair and efficient DC Freedom of Information Act processing, the FOIA. The Office of Government Ethics, on the other hand, which investigates allegations of ethical misconduct concerning district government and its officials. The office has authority over the district government's workforce, including ethics oversight of the mayor and the council, not over the judiciary. All right. The office serves as the district's ethics prosecutor and is empowered to bring enforcement proceedings before the 5-member Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, commonly referred to as the board, which in turn can levy civil penalties, including substantial monetary fines up to $5,000 per violation or 3 times the amount of any unlawful gift or contribution. The Office of Government Ethics is also responsible for providing binding ethics advice and training to district employees, oversight of lobbyist registration and activities, and compliance with financial disclosure statement filings, requirements by high-level employees and elected officials. And I will now turn to that panel, and I will swear in the board chairperson, Ms. Hutchison, and the Office of Open Government's Director, Ms. Allen. And so welcome and thank you all for your patience today. And I'll swear you in when you raise your right hand. Okay. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statement that you make before us today to be truthful and complete? Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for coming in person. We've been so challenged today with the audio visual system. Thank you. And you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. I am Norma Hutchison, Chairperson of the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, also known as BEGA, or the board, which oversees the Office of Government Ethics, OGE, and the Office of Open Government, OOG. I am pleased to be here to discuss BEGA's budget needs for fiscal year 2024. With me today is OOG Director Nicole Allen. OOG Director Ashley Cooks is en route. As you are aware, the mayor has proposed a 5.8% increase in our operating budget from $3,977,407 in FY 2023 to $4,207,607 in FY 2024. This includes $158,119 in local funds for salary, step, and fringe benefit increases, along with $72,081 in special purpose revenue funds, which is proposed by the agency. The funding levels in the mayor's proposed budget, however, still would not address several BEGA's budget priorities. As discussed in our response to the committee's pre-hearing questions, BEGA has requested a budget enhancement to upgrade the electronic filing system used for lobbyist registration and reporting. Administration of the lobbyist registration and reporting program is one of BEGA's core mandates. Upgrades to the electronic filing system are necessary to ensure that information on activities by individuals and entities who lobby the district government is complete, accurate, and accessible to the public. BEGA is also requesting additional funding for FTEs to support the agency's increased workload and the agency's communications with the public. BEGA is requesting funding to hire a public information officer to manage and oversee inquiries and information requests received by BEGA. A public information officer would serve as a point of contact to facilitate interactions with the media and the community on issues of government ethics, open government, and transparency that BEGA's missions and operations are communicated to the public. As BEGA moves to a new office space later this year, the agency will also need a senior or supervisory IT specialist to manage the agency's system for providing ethics and open government services, as well as supporting BEGA's day-to-day operations. BEGA is moving from district facilities where OCTO provides IT and telecommunications support to a new facility where it will be the only DC government agency and where it will have to provide in-house support for the technology and systems needed in the new space. In addition to the lobbyist registration system, BEGA also manages the district's financial disclosure reporting system and the central meeting calendar. The senior or supervisory IT specialist can provide the necessary operational support for these systems and reduce the need for BEGA to contract out for these services. Both OGE and OOG are also requesting funding for a legal fellow to conduct legal research and analysis on the impact of the agency's operations on racial equity. These legal fellowships will allow BEGA to support recent graduates interested in public interest law by providing an opportunity for the fellows to develop experience in the district government while assisting BEGA in implementing its mission. In closing, while we appreciate the funding increases provided by the mayor, I respectfully ask the committee to provide BEGA with the additional funding requested to allow BEGA to fulfill its statutory obligations and advance its mission of promoting an open, transparent, and ethical government. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have as our Director Cooks and Director Allen.
Thank you very much for that testimony. And I must say, it's one of the easiest testimonies I've had today where you just said, I want one, I need another, and I need another personnel. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for that. We'll now hear from Ms. Allen, and then we'll hear from Ms. Cooks. All right. And thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor and staff. I am Nicole Allen, Director of Open Government, and I lead the Office of Open Government, or the OOG. The OOG is an office within BEGA that enforces the Open Meetings Act, which I will refer to as the OOG. Which I'll refer to as the OMA. We provide guidance on the implementation of the District of Columbia Freedom of Information Act, which I will also refer to as FOIA. I am here today to discuss BEGA's budget needs for OOG during fiscal year 2024. I would like to begin my testimony with a statement about my tenure as Director of Open Government. I was appointed to serve a 5-year term on July 9th, 2018. My term expires this year. In my almost 5 years leading the OOG, I accomplished what I assured BEGA's board I would do as director. 1, I established OOG as a trusted and respected source of information and guidance for government officials and the public. 2, I solidified OOG's position as a trusted authority on open government issues as they relate to the District of Columbia government. And 3, I planned and advocated for OOG's smart and continual growth by adding key staff positions to facilitate OOG's execution of its statutory mission. I would also like to note that I've successfully worked under the leadership of former BEGA Chairperson Tamika Collier and current Chairperson Hutcherson. I have also successfully collaborated with 3 directors of government ethics during my tenure, including the current Director of Government Ethics, Ashley Cooks. I've also partnered with open government advocacy groups such as the DC Open Government Coalition to ensure the community's needs are met and prioritized by the Office of Open Government. OOG now provides solid legal opinions that have been used in informing key legislation, such as the Police Reform Act, and used as authoritative legal sources in litigation. The OOG provides consistent training on open government laws and compliance monitoring of public meetings. The OOG now consists of a chief counsel, 3 attorneys, a paralegal, and IT specialist. We also have a chief of staff that reports to both directors and facilitates collaboration between OOG and the Office of Government Ethics. I am proud of what OOG has become, and I have provided stable and consistent leadership for OOG since 2018. My goal today is to persuade you to craft the FY24 budget to provide sufficient funds to ensure that OOG is able to continue to operate and grow to meet the needs of the district government and continue to advocate for and ensure a transparent, open District of Columbia government in the next fiscal year and beyond. I would like to start my discussion of the fiscal year 24 budget proposal by commending Mayor Bowser for presenting a balanced budget despite the financial challenges the district is facing as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and other issues. As BEGA Chairperson Hutcherson emphasized, despite these financial constraints, Mayor Bowser proposed a 5.8 increase in BEGA's operating budget. However, while I appreciate the mayor's modest increase to BEGA's overall budget, I come before you to advocate for necessary increases to BEGA's budget to ensure that it is able to fulfill its statutory mission with respect to ensuring an open and transparent government. I'm here to advocate for specific increases to OOG's budget, as this program has been historically underfunded and continues to be underfunded in this FY24 proposed operating budget for BEGA. As you may know, BEGA was not provided with adequate resources when it was created in fiscal year 2013. Despite financial challenges, since that time, OOG staff has grown and OOG has trained FOIA officers, boards and commissions, government employees, and the public on OMA and FOIA. With a consistent growth in staff, OOG has increased its training capacity and the courses offered to FOIA officers and administrative points of contact. We have provided live webinars, online webinars via open-dc.gov, and stood up a training portal. Investments in OOG's budget have paid dividends of a more transparent government, and I hope you will continue to invest the taxpayers' dollars in us to ensure future government transparency and openness for the taxpayers' benefit. BEGA requested several enhancements to Mayor Bowser's proposed FY24 budget that she did not include, and I respectfully request that you consider these enhancements to BEGA's budget respecting OOG and provide us with the funds for sufficient public outreach to recruit and to retain our employees and to fund mission critical positions. With respect to ensuring sufficient public outreach, BEGA requests a $24,000 in one-time funding to redevelop our website, open-dc.gov. OOG's website was first developed in 2014. This website functions primarily to provide information on open government issues and provide a central location for notice of every public body meeting in DC government. The website has not been updated from the website architecture and development standpoint since 2014. The website is widely used and needs to be redeveloped to provide accessibility to impaired persons, which it does not currently have, to make the website properly translate to mobile devices, to provide advanced security updates and language accessibility. Since the pandemic, userships and visits to the website have increased exponentially given the transition to a digital government. It is necessary to update and modernize our website to make it more accessible and available on multiple platforms and to make it more visually appealing and user-friendly. With respect to funds needed to recruit and retain employees, I must state that it is a requirement for BEGA to train its current employees and workforce, and the FY24 budget and the current proposal for BEGA fails to do so because its non-personnel services fund was depleted. BEGA has a great need to replenish its non-personnel services fund in order for OOG to perform its mission and provide its employees with training, among other things. Due to increases in the agency's budget for personnel, the difference was made up for by cutting the agency's program budget. As the agency is historically underfunded, this was particularly devastating for OOG's slim budget. For example, OOG's training and conference attendance budget was completely eliminated due to increases in employee salaries. Paying OOG's employees competitive wages should not result in a complete elimination of the funds that we require to function. Thus, we respectfully request that you add at least $40,000 back to OOG's budget for non-personnel services. BEGA also requested $60,000 for OOG employee salaries. As I previously mentioned, I am the last director of open government to serve a 5-year term appointment. After July 9th, 2023, The Director of Open Government will serve at the pleasure of BEGA's board. BEGA requested $30,000 for BEGA's board to negotiate the Director of Open Government salary and fringe benefits. Any salary provided in excess of the current Director of Open Government salary will be adjusted out of OOG's program budgets. The funds are required in order for BEGA's board to make a competitive offer and to preserve OOG's program budget if the board elects to hire a new Director of Open Government. The remaining $30,000 is for performance awards for OOG's legal staff. OOG has been fully staffed since it has been able to hire new attorneys. However, given the demand for well-trained legal staff, BEGA would like to be able to retain its legal workforce by providing adequate compensation and reward stellar performance. I would now like to discuss BEGA's request for new staff positions in the agency. BEGA is requesting 1 position for OOG and 2 that would serve in the administrative provision and provide services for OOG and OGE. BEGA requested $65,000 to fund a legal fellowship for OOG. And here is why that request is important to fund in fiscal year 24. BEGA's proposed legal fellowships are limited term opportunities, 1 to 2 years, designed to give recent law school graduates or junior attorneys experience in public interest law. OOG has a niche legal practice area with DC FOIA, and that is of great interest to the public. Of particular interest to BEGA is training lawyers to provide them with specialized knowledge in public record law. The fellowship would also provide an opportunity for BEGA to gain information on how race impacts the agency's execution of its mission. The legal fellow will also assist OOG's attorneys and is paralegal, so the addition of new legal talent to OOG will have an immediate positive impact. I hope you will consider funding this legal fellowship in FY24. With respect to the shared positions, BEGA needs a public information officer, and we have requested $85,000 to fund this position. From OOG's perspective, this office interfaces with and represents the interest of the media and open governance. Having a media professional on our staff just makes sense. This person will be the first line of communication for the media and will assist OOG with its outreach to the public. This position will play a key role in managing for communications for OGE as well. The public information officer position will greatly enhance BEGA's ability to perform public outreach. BEGA also requires an additional $137,000 to fund a senior or supervisory information technology specialist to manage the advanced systems that the agency provides regarding ethics and open government, as well as the information technology and audiovisual systems in BEGA's new offices that require advanced knowledge of IT and telecommunications. BEGA relied heavily on Octo in its current office location for those services. BEGA's current IT specialist position only covers website and data management. In its new location, BEGA is the only DC government agency in that facility and will require its own in-house support for technology that will be installed in that space, and the system operates via contractors. Providing the funds for the senior IT level professional will be more cost effective than contracting out for those services. We hope that you will consider providing BEGA with the funds to hire these new staff members. I would like to conclude my testimony with discussing issues that impact the government as a whole. First, I'll discuss the district's need to fund record digitization. And secondly, I will briefly discuss the need to create and fund a task force and to modernize the district's open government laws. With respect to record digitization, OOG consistently receives FOIA complaints about district agencies' records being unavailable in digital or electronic format. This concerns me because, as you know, DC FOIA was amended in 2001 to require that many commonly requested records be made publicly available on the internet or by other electronic means. Approximately 22 years have elapsed since the enactment of that amendment to DC FOIA, and the district has not fully complied with this requirement. The primary reason agencies I query about this issue provide is funding for record digitization, website modernization, and upgrades and digital storage is not available. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed the extent to which the district requires its record digitization and modernization to function when office facilities are closed and physical records are inaccessible. Therefore, I'd suggest that the DC Council consider it a priority to include increased funding for electronic archiving and record digitization in the overall FY24 budget process. Also, during BEGA's FY23 performance hearing, the DC Open Government Coalition requested that the committee support legislation to create an Information Technology and Transparency Commission comprised of executive and legislative branch representatives and outside experts in record management and security, public engagement technology, and transparency. I am requesting that the committee create and fund this commission and make it a reality by including the DC Open Government Coalition's proposed legislation in the FY24 Budget Support Act. In summary, OIG appreciates the mayor's effort to present a balanced budget. However, the funds provided currently are insufficient for BEGA to fulfill its statutory mission. BEGA requires that OIG receive the requested budget enhancement in order for the program to continue to provide its services to the public and the government. The DC Council has required the government to digitize its records since 2001 through FOIA law, so the DC Council should provide the funding required to facilitate the modernization and digitization of the district records in the FY24 budget. And also please consider including the DC Open Government Coalition's legislation to create an open government task force in the Budget Support Act. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the FY24 budget, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and we're going to hear from Ms. Cooks, but I suspect that I spoke too soon when I congratulated the chairwoman and said, oh, it's easy, 1, 2, 3. You guys ganged up on me. That's okay. Ms. Cooks, go right ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to swear you in. All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that any statements you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, members of the public, and staff. I'm Ashley Cook, the Director of the Office of Government Ethics, OGE, which is one of 2 offices that is overseen by the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, also known as BEGA. I'm pleased to discuss the budget needs of both OGE and BEGA for fiscal year FY 2024. OGE is responsible for administering and enforcing the District of Columbia's Code of Conduct, which is a set of regulations and statutes that constitutes the district's ethics rules. More specifically, OGE investigates and adjudicates alleged violations of the Code of Conduct, provides ethics advice and guidance to district employees and public officials, regularly provides ethics trainings, issues rules and regulations governing the ethical conduct of employees, manages and oversees the financial disclosure filing requirements for district employees and officials, oversees lobbyist registration and reporting, and provides for an anonymous and confidential receipt of information related to ethics rule violations. This past year, OGE continued to fulfill its statutory obligations. In FY 23 to present, OGE has provided ethics advice for 173 informal requests and conducted 39 trainings. OGE received 89 complaints and is actively investigating 58 cases. In FY 22, OGE successfully administered the 2021 financial disclosure filing season by managing 3,830 public filers and 3,614 confidential filers. In addition, OGE has received 410 lobbyist registrations and 464 lobbying activity reports in this calendar year. As you are aware, the mayor has proposed to increase BEGA's operating budget by $158,119 to reflect projected salary step and fringe benefits costs. BEGA proposes an increase of $72,181 in special purposes revenue funds. While we appreciate the increase provided by the mayor, it is important to note that this increase does not include any of the budget enhancement requests that the agency requires as essential to fulfilling its statutory obligations. First, I'll start with BEGA's budget request for funding to hire a public information officer
to manage and oversee inquiries and information requests received by the agency. BEGA receives requests for information concerning its decisions and orders. OGE often receives inquiries concerning investigations, fines, financial disclosure, and lobbyist matters. Absent from the agency is an employee whose sole responsibility is to deliver the agency's message on its core functions to the media and the public. The position will serve as the point of contact and chief strategist for communications with the media and the community, and will ensure that BEGA's achievements and decisions are properly communicated to the public. Not only will the public information officer field media inquiries, but that person will also communicate critical information to the public through the agency's website, public notices, press releases, social media posts, and other publicly available avenues. The position will oversee the BEGA Roadshow, which involves meeting with the community and stakeholders at events such as advisory neighborhood commission meetings and civic or citizens associations meetings to discuss the agency's mission. The enhancement will allow BEGA to more frequently provide information about the agency and establish an effective line of communication with the community, as well as increase awareness of BEGA's mission. It is our belief that providing critical information on the agency's operation will create an opportunity to address ethics misconduct that negatively impacts the government's integrity. Second, BEGA is requesting a budget enhancement to replenish its non-personal services fund. BEGA was not adequately provided with resources to serve the district's government and public officials when it was created in FY 2013. Since its creation, BEGA's operations and staff has grown from 3 to 6 employees to 25 employees. Due to step increases to employee salaries and as a result of cost of living adjustments, BEGA's non-personnel services fund has been reduced over the past 2 years, which, if not corrected, will result in the loss of mission-critical systems and trainings for staff. BEGA's attorneys and investigators require specialized trainings to continue the agency's mission of administering and enforcing the code of conduct, as well as maintaining compliance with the government transparency laws. This enhancement is extremely important so that BEGA can continue to receive resources under existing contracts for its learning management system, case management system, and parliamentary procedure portal. Those systems are currently received through option contracts with respective vendors, and without this enhancement, BEGA may not have the funding to exercise those option contracts in FY 24. During FY 23, BEGA was able to reprogram vacancy savings from the Personal Services Fund to the Non-Personnel Services Fund to make necessary purchases. Finally, this enhancement is necessary for BEGA to continue to receive office support, which includes subpoena services for investigations and equipment and machinery. OGE is requesting a budget enhancement to hire a legal fellow to assist the agency in meeting the district's racial equity goals. The fellow will conduct research on the impact of the agency's operations on racial equity. The fellow will also engage in projects to determine whether race plays a factor in the imposition of ethics dispositions, how ethics and transparency share the same goal as racial equity, and how the office can impose initiatives to support the district's racial equity plan. Finally, the fellow will assist the office in fulfilling its operational goals by conducting research on various ethics topics, assisting OGE attorneys with providing ethics advice and conducting trainings, drafting advisory opinions, the annual best practice report and regulations, and assisting with other legal matters. The addition of a legal fellow will provide an opportunity to a recent law school graduate who is interested in working in the field of public interest. As a graduate of the district's very own public interest law school, UDC David A. Clark School of Law, I have firsthand knowledge of the importance that these types of opportunities can have on an attorney's career. As a government agency with the goal of promoting public trust through the ethics and open government laws, it is imperative that we provide those types of opportunities, which encourages legal professionals to engage in public service. OGE is also requesting funding to make upgrades and repairs to its lobbyist registration and reporting electronic filing system. One of OGE's core responsibilities is administering the district government's lobbying program, which includes shining a light on lobbying activity that involves officials within the executive and legislative branches. Pursuant to DC Official Code Section 1-1162.27 et sec, persons who expend or receive $250 or more in a 3-month period for lobbying must register with the Office of Government Ethics on an annual basis and file quarterly activity reports. BEGA maintains an electronic filing system, which serves as the key system for lobbyist filings and is available on the BEGA website. As previously stated, in this calendar year, OGE has received 410 lobbyist registrations and 464 lobbying activity reports. This enhancement will allow the office to make essential technological upgrades to the electronic filing system, which will rectify filing inaccuracies that lead to duplicate forms, late fees, and inaccurate information. The information filed by lobbyists is available to the public as a means of government transparency and accountability. It is imperative that citizens know which entities are lobbying district government public officials, and the current system's imperfections impede this process. The most pertinent errors in the system are, number one, lobbyists are able to terminate their registrations without filing an activity report. 2, the system allows lobbyists to file subsequent activity reports before filing a past activity reports, which leads to missing information on the previous quarter. Number 3, the system does not distinguish between a client and a lobbyist, which leads to confusion. 4, the system allows lobbyists to submit a registration form without paying the requisite registration fee. And 5, the system does not properly calculate fines for late filings. The e-filing system was created in 2018 without the specifications to fully address all the needs of the program. The enhancement will streamline the filing process for lobbyists, provide accurate information to residents, and allow BEGA to properly administer the program. Lastly, OGE is requesting a budget enhancement to create a task force that will focus on compliance with the district's lobbying laws. OGE requires funding to hire an investigator, auditor, and attorney to serve as a lobbying task force. According to the Ethics Act, the penalty for failing to timely file a registration or an activity report or failing to register as a lobbyist is up to $10 per day. It's $10 per day up to $300. OGE receives complaints concerning lobbyists who fail to register but does not have the resources to properly monitor lobbying activity within the district. OGE has determined that in order to properly ensure that lobbyists comply with the lobbying laws, a task force is needed to monitor that activity. The task force would monitor legislative meetings, display an active presence at the Wilson Building, handle lobbyist-related complaints, and engage in lobbying training and outreach for the community, employees, and lobbyists. The efforts taken by the task force will increase awareness of the district's lobbying laws and ensure that enforcement actions are taken against those who violate the law. I will note that this enhancement request is in connection with the enhancement request for funding to upgrade the lobbyist e-filing system because it is highly likely that the task force will increase lobbyist reporting, and the e-filing system must be up to standard to accept those filings. In closing, I will reiterate that BEGA is an agency comprised of 25 employees and is responsible for financial disclosures, lobbying, and ensuring that the district's 34,000 employees and public officials are educated and comply with the ethics rules and transparency laws. I respectfully ask that the committee consider BEGA's budget enhancement request. This concludes my testimony, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you all for the whole panel for your very informative budget request. I guess you can tell that I'm very interested in what you're requesting because either we are going to have accountability or we're not. And that's pretty much what you're telling me today. And thank you for that that reminder that that's what your agency is designed to do. I do have a few questions about the enhancements that you did not get included in the budget, the mayor's budget plan. So I'll start with, am I to assume when we talk about the public outreach funds that that position is your public information person, that communications person, that you both are going to share, both sides of BEGA will share this position, am I correct?
That
Yes.
is,
Okay, I thought
You're not
so.
looking
I
for
wasn't
two.
quite, I said, I think that's what I'm hearing. Okay. So I don't need to find two positions at that level, just one. All right. Thank you, Ms. Hutchison. Thank you for that. And the request for then there's the specific request for OOG position, right? That's a standalone. We're adding up all of this money. That's why we're trying to make sure we know what we are doing. You mentioned your new office. Where is your new office?
it will be located at 1030 15th Street Northwest.
Okay, I think you mentioned the 15th Street. You were going to 15th Street last when we talked. Okay, and you'll be the only government entity there, DC government entity?
Correct.
Okay. And well, is that smart to go outside of where we already have Octo system? Is this the only space that was available?
This was the only space that was available at the time that we were searching for a space that could suit both offices. So while we were doing the search with DGS, we looked at places in Southeast. We looked at the same building that DCHR is housed in. We looked at another federal building, but this was the only space that was sufficient to meet the needs of both offices.
Okay, that's the 25 plus personnel.
Correct.
Okay.
And it gives us the option to grow. So not only does it fit the needs that we have now for our employees, but it gives us the option to house or to, fulfill, if we get these budget enhancement requests, we'll have a space for those new incoming employees as well.
And how many new incoming employees are you getting space for, may I ask?
I think, I don't have the square footage in front of me, but
We have, I guess what we call floater offices, so we will have office space to house additional FTEs should you choose to fund them. We will have the space for them.
And
for all the ones
what's
we've
your
asked for.
magic number of, what's your ceiling by square footage as to the number of employees you could have?
We'll have to get back with you on the
Okay.
ceiling, but we
Yeah.
have anticipated growth. So we did, when we were doing the planning, I anticipated that we would be growing, and we did it by program, and we also did it by function.
Okay, I'm just curious as to whether or not you were growing from 25 to 50 or 75
scale
or
was.
100.
Well, we'll get back to you on
Ah.
the specific growth number.
Dangerous inquiry. Okay, I hear you. Thank you for that. All right, that's important. The FOIA process, and you want to make sure that we put in place a digitized system for managing all FOIA inquiries. Do all of the inquiries come to you now?
Well, they do not. But what I would like the council to look at is records in general. So all of so when we're looking at agencies and we get an inquiry to us and they say, well, I'm looking for a specific record that should be available without a FOIA request. And that record should be online. And we go to the agency and we try to assist them and advise them on how to be in compliance with FOIA. And the agency will come back and tell us, well, we have all of these records, but we cannot get them on our website, for example. We don't have funds to translate all of these files that we have on our personal computers and put them on a website, for example. So when people are coming like we are, making requests, we hope that the council will look at, well, maybe we need to, as a government, fund a movement to make sure all of our records are digital. And that just hasn't been done. There is a mandate that it be so, but that just hasn't
Okay.
happened. And that's kind of been will say an excuse. That's the reason that agencies give for why they're out of compliance with the FOIA requirement, that they have records online, that they just don't have the funds. So they have the records, they may be in digital format somewhere, but they're not on their website.
So, but the law, does the law stipulate that a FOIA request anywhere in the government comes to your office?
No, ma'am. So we do have a central place that it can come, but it should go to the individual agency. And it's the agency's responsibility to fill that FOIA request. Our office can assist the agency by telling them what the FOIA law is and how they can comply, and telling them the best way to do that. But we do get, again, we get inquiries about this is one specific law that says that all records should be available on the internet after 2001. And a lot of agencies just aren't in compliance with
Okay,
that.
so you're trying to enforce that mandate.
We unfortunately don't have any enforcement authority, so we're trying to give people advice on
see.
how they can be in compliance
Right.
and encourage them to comply. I guess that's the way I would
I'm
describe it.
asking because the Office of the Mayor's Legal Counsel frequently is queried about FOIA requests. And that is also in our committee. And so I just wanted to understand, where they somehow not touching base with your office if the law required it, make sure we're all in the circle, so to speak.
Yes, they handle the appeals. So they handle the FOIA appeals. So if someone has been denied a FOIA request, and they go to the mayor's office of legal counsel, and the mayor's office of legal counsel can decide.
Yeah,
whether
but
the
it doesn't
denial was
really
proper.
come, they in turn don't advise you of the appeals that they're handling.
Well, what they do, we do work with them. So if someone comes to them for FOIA advice, they will usually refer them to us, since they are the body that does the appeal. So they refer the person for advice to us so we can assist them on the front end. So there's no conflict.
So is it your position that we should fund the Open Government Office to receive FOIA requests, and then your office pursue the requests with each of the agencies?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. I think that we should get this commission together that will study all of this for the district and come up with a plan for us as to who should do what and what's the best use of taxpayer dollars, what's working in jurisdictions around the country, because we haven't looked at it holistically in a long time, and we have a lot of experts in the district. So I think now is a great opportunity to do that, similar to what we did with policing. I think we could get together experts to examine it as a whole.
And
I do-
Police Reform Commission?
Yes, ma'am. So something similar to that. And I do think that our office should have a role in the process.
Yes, I was also thinking about the cooperative housing task force
Yes.
that I was able to put together a few years ago, that really came back with some very meaningful recommendations, and in fact was one of the rationale for funding a coordinator for cooperative housing. in the Department of Housing and Community Development. So it could very well lead to something like that.
Yes, absolutely. I think those types of groups are.
But they
so
have a
ex-
process now. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
That's
So I
the
hope
point.
that you will consider putting something
Thank
like that together for open government and FOIA.
All right, well, the FOIA piece was what was standing out.
Well, especially for FOIA, that's
Yes.
greatly needed.
Yes. And do you have now, if we were able to put together a task force or a commission, you think that would cost the agency anything if you were sort of like coordinating the meetings, the functions? Ms. Hutchison, what do you think? I see the wheels turning.
Well, of course, staff resources would be extended for that type of project. So if we could have a staff person to handle the committee, that would be helpful. But again, this fellow, that's something that person could work on as well.
So if we were to foster this idea, and the idea came to BEGA for a fiscal impact, you would insist that there be a staff before we could create it, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I would figure it out. I wouldn't say I would
Okay.
insist. I know that
Maybe
we're in a budget
part-time or
crunch, we're in a
something
budget
like
crunch,
that.
so I would want you to form it and we would figure it out as an important aspect for the city.
Right, thank you for that. You did mention something I was concerned with. It additionally, and this is your IT needs. And you said that BEGA is the only DC government agency in the facility, the new facility, and will require its own in-house support for technology that will be installed in the space, and then the system it operates via contractors. Do you already have your IT proposal ready that would stipulate what the requirements are, what you need
Well,
for this and you're gonna have your standalone
Right. Well, we
computer
have,
system? And what is it
yes.
gonna do? What's the
Well,
computer
we do
system
have,
gonna
we have a
do?
hearing room that's in there, so we have an AV component, so that's one aspect. But we do have, I guess, more advanced systems that we use, computing type systems that the agency uses as a whole.
So
we
what do you
have-
keep track of? Other than the disclosure forms, which already, they're currently, when we do the disclosure, I guess it goes in a system that is maintained by Octo, is that correct?
The
No,
system is maintained by OGE,
by,
by BEGA.
okay.
It's
you
our
maintain it.
e-filing system.
Okay, so your e-filing. So you are not speaking of that filing that would now be separate from Octo. You're speaking of something else when you say you need to support your standalone IT system. I'm trying to understand what that is.
Well, I guess we could both overlap. Do you want to go first, Ashley? Or
Yeah,
Director
so
Cox? Sorry.
sure. We're speaking of our IT needs. I'll let Nikhil expound on the board's needs for an IT specialist of that expertise. But as far as the e-filing systems, we don't have anyone internally that can actually serve as an IT expert as Octo would. So we now have to rely on Octo when we have an issue with one of the e-filing systems, opposed to if we had someone in-house, they could handle those technological errors or it's a filing issue, as well as when we get our upgrades. So we've requested some funding to upgrade the lobbyist e-filing system. That person would serve as a liaison between our office and the vendor who does the upgrades, and also would be our in-house expert for those upgrades.
So in other words, you have your standalone systems now. You have the software, the hardware, and what have you. You are speaking of the need for an IT specialist that could navigate those systems when there is a problem. Okay. So
Correct.
it's the personnel much more so than a system. I misunderstood. I thought you were describing the need for a standalone system, and that can be so very costly. So I was scared to death. to
That's,
tell the
that's
truth.
correct. That person will be the
Okay.
person to handle that in
Person,
addition to
okay.
the board's needs. But also in addition, I don't want to get that confused with the upgrades for the e-filing system
Gotcha.
that we request.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me see. I think we covered what your needs were, you identified. In December 2022, law passed that allowed funds collected from settlements and judgments related to ethics violations to be deposited in the ethics fund. How much money has been collected? Or are we all perfect employees of this system?
So, correct, the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability Delinquent Debt Amendment Recovery Act was passed, and this was passed in December 2022. And I'll just give a little background information, because prior to the passage of the law, BEGA was required to send delinquent debt to the OCFO Central Collection Unit, and those funds that were collected would go into the general fund. Now, we disagreed with that method because we believe that the council's intent when creating the ethics fund was that delinquent debt or fines that are collected because of negotiated dispositions or fines imposed by the board were to go into our ethics fund. So we requested the council to pass this legislation as a benefit to the agency so that we can have those funds to supplement our operating budget. So again, it passed in December, but we haven't collected any funds under the new amendment because we have been in the process of signing an agreement with the CCU so that they can go ahead and collect on those funds and that they can be transferred to our fund instead of the general fund. Actually, we lost our auditor in December who was responsible for auditing our collections. So our general counsel has taken the lead on coordinating with the CCU to get some type of agreement so that we can send over those delinquent debts to the CCU. And it doesn't cover all fines that are issued by BEGA. It covers those that are 90 days delinquent. So fines that someone has not made a payment on or has not contacted us and said, hey, I'm going to pay this, or that has not been collected by the Office of Pay and Retirement. So these are fines that are totally delinquent that no one has made a payment on, or we haven't heard from the respondent in regards to the fine.
So this is when employee violates the law. That's what these fines are that are accumulating.
They are the ones that are 90 days delinquent.
Yes, yes.
Yes. But it doesn't include those fines that are issued that employees have paid on. We allow employees sometimes we offer payment plans. They can pay on a monthly basis. Those fines can also be collected through the Office of Pay and Retirement. Employees can pay them via our website. So there are different avenues of collecting fines, but specifically when it comes to delinquent debts, we will utilize the CCU to collect those debts.
Okay, so it's only the fines that are outstanding 90 days or longer.
Correct.
And no continuing payment
Correct.
plan.
Yes.
I was just noticing that in your complaint quarterly summary report for FY 23, the first quarter, there are more than 24 cases that are pending collection. In some cases, I won't read the names of the individuals, but the order entered against 2 commissioners, as an example, have been pending collections for over 2 years. So you're telling me that this money would go into,
Ethics fund.
okay.
Now it will go into the ethics fund.
Now, okay, and it will go into it because they haven't paid anything on it. And it's, by law, it's more than 90 days delinquent.
Correct.
Okay, okay. Just trying to understand. I want the public to understand. So if you have a payment plan, you're good. If you don't have a payment plan, you need to get a payment plan quickly.
Correct.
Okay, so want to make sure we understand that. Now, on these outstanding debts like this, a year or 2, or let's say 6 months or older, do you have a plan for collecting this money, or what are you going to do?
So because we have re-engaged with the CCU utilizes a collection agency. And that collection agency, they have various methods. They use telephone calls, mailings, and other type of collection actions. So those that you see listed on the quarterly complaint report, they were sent to the CCU actually, and we will now send them again, as well as any new delinquent debts, send those to the CCU so that that collection company can try to contact those individuals to get the fines that are owed to BEGA.
Okay, so what is the CCU?
The Central Collection Unit, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure.
We're so used to using acronyms.
Yes.
So.
All right, now, if an employee has had troubles with driving government vehicle and they have an accumulation of lots of tickets there, does that information come to you, and is it contained in your data file, or is that handled elsewhere?
So that is actually, I'll say this, we have an ethics provision that prohibits the misuse of government property. And of course, government property is considered anything that the government owns or allows employees to use to perform their duties. So a government vehicle is considered government property. If we were to receive a complaint that an employee had gotten several tickets or engaged in some conduct with the vehicle that was outside of their official duties, we would investigate that matter. And then we would determine whether the employee's conduct, whether it violated that ethics provision and exactly to what extent.
Okay, so it would have to be a situation in order for you to investigate, or in order for you to deal with that kind of subject matter, the vehicle would be in use by the government employee, and there would have to be a complaint. In other words, I'm driving the vehicle, it belongs to an agency, I'm a government employee, and I have an accident. is it now the government's responsibility to make the repairs on the vehicle, or is the employee charged with making the repairs because I made an illegal turn? Or let's say I've got a speeding ticket. I'm doing my job, but okay.
So that is actually, as far as the getting into an accident and, the repairs of the vehicle, I believe that is something that would be handled by the Office of Risk Management. That's not a misuse of government resources per se. If the employee was, say for instance, the employee was going to pick up someone from Dulles for personal reasons. They were using the vehicle for their own personal usage, and then they got into an accident, then we would investigate the misuse for personal reasons. And we would investigate that and can take enforcement action on the employee based on that misuse, but not necessarily the cost
Okay.
of the repairs.
All right, okay. I just wanted us to explore the parameters of getting on your list and being in this fund. So thank you. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. And we'll do everything we can to get those enhancements that you need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your work.
Mr. Sanford, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, I do.
All right, good. Council members ready to come to you.
Okay.
Mr. Sanford, thank you again. And I think no echo chamber this time, I hope. Thank
That's
you
fine.
for your patience, most definitely.
Sure.
Raise your right hand and we'll swear you in. Again, do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
All righty. Thank you, sir. And proceed with your statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson Bonds and distinguished members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. I am William Sanford, General Counsel for the Office of Campaign Finance, appearing on behalf of Cicely E. Collier Montgomery, Director of the Office of Campaign Finance. Joining us virtually are Renee Coleman Rollins, Audit Manager, Wesley Williams, Operations and Policy Officer, and Agency Budget Officers Dan Hewen and Mohammed Awan. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today on the fiscal year 2024 proposed budget request of the Office of Campaign Finance. The proposed fiscal year 2024 gross budget for the agency totals $7,847,077 and 38 full-time equivalents. This represents a 5% increase over the fiscal year 2023 approved gross budget of $7,473,090. The personal services budget is $4,416,912, and the non-personal service budget is $3,430,165. The mayor's proposed budget includes the same amount of $7,847,000 The budget proposes a net increase of $373,987 across multiple programs, including estimated costs associated with personal services, including human resources and other administrative services, salaries, and fringe benefits with projected cost. In each budget cycle, the need to adequately fund contractual and personal services remain critical to the success of the LCF programs. The NPS proposed budget of $3,430,165 will sufficiently support the cost projected for the fair elections program and the agency oversight support services. It will sufficiently support a portion of the costs projected by the fair election program and the agency oversight support services. The recurring and staffing services provided by the Department of Human Services, the fleet management provided by the Department of Public Works, and the maintenance and upgrades for the OCF traditional e-filing disclosure system and the exercise of the option period for the fair elections program e-filing system. An additional non-personal service allocation of $4 million for the fair election fund will provide the projected funding needed for the activity anticipated by the 2024 election cycle during fiscal year 2024. Under the Fair Elections Act, candidates certified to participate in the Fair Elections program may qualify to receive base amount payment in contested elections and matching payments payable at a rate of 5-to-1, dependent upon the number of qualified small dollar contributions collected. Matching payments are subject to a maximum cap based upon 110% of the average expenditure of the winning candidates for the office sought in elections. The covered offices scheduled for the election during 2024 cycle are the offices of Consul at Large, 2 seats, and ward members of the Consul, 2 for wards 2, 4, 7, and 8. Ward members for the State Board of Education in wards 2, 4, 7, and 8, and 1 at large State Board of Education seat. Consistent with the recent amendment of the Fair Elections Act to clarify the process for the calculations of the maximum cap for matching fund payments, the agency revisited the prior calculations, which projected that at a minimum, the total sum of $26,429,478 was required to support the elections fund for the 2022 election cycle. The revised calculations are based upon 110% of the expenditures per election cycle of all candidates who were elected members of the Council at large and by ward, and members of the state education at large and by ward in the prior 2 general elections for the offices. Specifically, the 2020 and the 2022 election cycles, and the number of candidates in the 2022 election cycle who achieved ballot access. The projections for the covered offices of the Council are based upon the offices on the ballot during the 2024 election cycle. In sum, the overall funding required for the 2024 election cycle using 110% of the average expenditures of all the winning candidates in the 2020 and the 2022 election cycle to support costs associated with the Fair Elections Clarification Amendment Act of 2021 is $9,808,869. This includes $1,200,000 and $30,000 for base amounts and $8,578,869 for matching payments. The 2024 election cycle will cross fiscal years 23, 24, and 25, and to ensure availability of public funds during this time frame, the OCF has recommended the allocation of the sum of $9,808,869 in these fiscal years based upon the activity anticipated in each year as follows. The sum of $1,667,508 was 17% in fiscal year 23. The sum of $7,160,474 was 73% in fiscal year 24, and the sum of $989,887 or 10% in fiscal year 25. The 2024 election cycle began on November 9th, 2022, the day after the November 8th general election, and will end on the date of the November 2024 general election. The qualifying period during which candidates must meet the threshold requirements for certification in both the 2024 primary and the general election began on November 9, 2022, and will end in fiscal year 24 on the last day to file nominating petitions, which will be published by the Board of Elections. With regard to the 2024 election cycle activity, as of March 20th, 2023, the agency has registered one candidate in the Fair Elections program to participate in the June 2024 primary election. The agency has certified this candidate in the program and authorized the total sum of $56,244.40 for disbursement, including one half of the base amount, $20,000, and matching payments of $36,244.40. Consistent with our statutory responsibilities, the agency will oversee the reporting of the constituent services and the statehood fund programs and will maintain the full range of operations in areas of public information services, legal counsel and enforcement, auditing, and agency administration. Last, the covered contractor provisions of the Campaign Finance Reform Act of 2008, effective March 3rd of 2018, effective March 3rd, 2018, as recently amended, became applicable November 9th, 2022, with respect to any contracts entered into or executed after November 9th, 2022. Briefly, covered contractor provisions will prohibit government contracting authorities from entering or approving contracts with an estimated value of $250,000 or more with covered contractors who have made contributions to prohibited recipients. During fiscal year 2024, the agency will continue to work with district contracting authorities to assure compliance with the covered contractor provisions through the inclusion of training to address the covered contractor provisions in the mandatory entrance conferences for new candidates and treasurers. In conclusion, during fiscal year 2024, the Office of Campaign Finance will continue to execute its responsibilities under the Campaign Finance Act in a timely, effective, and useful manner to achieve voluntary compliance with the Act and to provide the full, complete, and accurate disclosure of financial information. And this concludes the testimony of the Director of the Office of Campaign Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanford, for your testimony. And I think I understand all of this. I particularly wanted to zero in on the last portion of your testimony the covered contractor provisions of the Campaign Finance Reform Act of 2018. You had indicated that there are certain restrictions and it began operation after the November 9th, 2022 election period. And so now the contractor provision, as you stated, will prohibit government contracting authorities from entering or approving a contract with an estimated value of $250,000 or more with covered contractors who have made contributions to prohibited recipients. So if you could go a little further and tell us, does this mean that the agencies, the government agencies, what is it that they must do in order to discover that a contractor has made a contribution? Help us understand, how does this work? What's the first step?
The law provides that the Office of Campaign Finance makes it available its information regarding the contributions to political campaigns. That should be matched against a list of contractors who have current contracts or who are competing for current contracts under the law with the amount of $250,000 or greater. Under the law, if a contractor is competing for a contract that is that amount or greater, that contractor is ineligible to make a contribution to a prohibited recipient. The prohibited recipient is based upon the source of the contract. For example, any contracts issued by agencies that are under the administrative control of the mayor would be prohibited under the law for a contractor who's competing for a contract of $250,000 or more to contribute to a political campaign. However, if the contractor is not competing for a contract that is issued by the consul, that contractor is permitted to make a contribution to the consul, to a consul candidate, but the contractor would be prohibited from making a contribution to a candidate for mayor. And it works the same in reverse.
All right, well, you know, that's a very interesting law, and some will say that I dare to say this, but some will say that it is it's more punitive on one side of our government than on the other. And I'll just leave it at that. But thank you very much for that explanation. I think it's very important because there is confusion in the vendor community, trying to figure out, you know, like, who do I report to? You know, I want to make a contribution. If I know that I'm going to bid on a contract, am I restricted from making this contribution in total, just across the board? So there's a lot of concern.
It's based on the source of the contract. If the
Okay.
contract, as we know, all contracts over $1 million must receive consul approval. So if one is a recipient or competing for one of those contracts, then that contractor is prohibited from making a contribution to a candidate for consul.
Definitely. But since the council reviews all contracts of $1 million or more, it seems to me that contribution can come to any member of the council because they are just the reviewing body and not the recipient body. Am I correct?
They're actually the approving body. And I
Okay.
think that's, and the law is designed to restrict those
Approving
contracts.
bodies as well?
Yeah, that's my understanding. And that's why any agency under the administrative control of the mayor that issues a contract places a candidate for mayor in that same category.
We're gonna have to talk about this more and more, I can see, as the
I would just say that this did not come from the Office of Campaign Finance.
I'm sorry.
This legislation did not come from the Office of Campaign Finance. Our role is primarily as a referral agency. We provide the list of contributors, and that's supposed to be matched by the contracting agencies, the Office of Contracts and Procurement, and other contracting agency to determine whether or not someone who's competing for a contract, a current contract holder, has made a contribution to a prohibited recipient.
All right, well, so Mr. Sanford, are you telling me that the implementation of this law is based on a government agency checking with your agency to see if a applicant for or bidder on a contract has in fact made a political contribution?
To a prohibited recipient. And it's only if the contract exceeds $250,000.
Okay, so if it exceeds 250,000, then it's considered a prohibited campaign contribution. Is that correct?
Yes.
Not a prohibited contract, but the contribution to a candidate is considered prohibited.
In addition to the contracting agencies are not permitted to award contracts to vendors who have made contributions, to award contracts over $250,000 to vendors who have made contributions to prohibited recipients.
Okay, so if I am a contracting representative of my agency, not the council, let's say I'm in any of the agencies, any of the operating agencies, and I have 4 or 5 bidders, and they all have made a contribution. I don't know that yet. Where do I get the information that would tell me that they have made a contribution? And the contract that is to be awarded is $3 million.
We are working with the Office of Contracts and Procurement as well as OPTEL to set up a system which enables the contracting agencies to receive information in real time regarding contributions as we receive and post them.
All right, okay. So, but it's still, the onus is on the agency contracting staff to check this system once you may have a system in place to see if my name is going to appear as someone who is given a contribution to a candidate. Am I correct? Is that how it would
That's
work?
right. And yes, and the law also prohibits the principles of the donors of the contractors, agents, contracting entities from contributing as well.
Okay, so I could not give it, or the concern will be the name of my company, and then it would also be my name if I'm a principal.
That's correct.
And my spouse's name if they were a principal, I guess.
Yes.
Does it include all my children, my 15 children? grandparents, I'm seriously trying to understand because there is a lot of ambiguity in this law.
Yeah, I believe, and I'll be glad to give you more clarity on it, but I believe it goes to household members instead of just every member
Family
of the
members.
family. Yes.
Okay. Okay, all right. But the onus is on the contracting officer, the government contracting officer, to become a watchdog of political contributions.
Yeah, we will provide the access to our database regarding political contributions. In exchange, they will provide information regarding contracts that are being currently competed for and are in existence. And then the contracting officer or the contracting agency then will take whatever action they deem appropriate.
I see. A very complicated law that has been created. And I'm sure that many of us, with maybe great thought, signed on to. Thank you, Mr. Sanford.
Sure.
Thank you very much for this. Thank you for your testimony. I know you're not asking for too much in the way of enhancements, at least not this go round, but noting, I want us to note that you did indicate that the new 2024 election season began on the 9th of November, 2022. And I'm sure already there are candidates out raising money using the fair elections, most likely. And so thank you very much for your testimony. And let's see if we have a few more questions but I believe you pretty much covered your area adequately. Well, yes, I know that you did ask for the 4 million for your fair elections program, and you asked for it in tranches. Am I correct?
Yeah, I can.
Some came forth. I think your testimony indicated maybe 1 million plus was in the current budget, and then current being the FY23, and then you're asking for more, which is for in the FY24, and then you would, I think, like 700,000 remaining you anticipate for the FY25 budget.
Yeah, the highest portion is in fiscal year 24, and as you may note by my testimony, under our the current proposed budget, we are our total amount will be $7,847,077. Approximately 4 million of that is for personal services. That leaves a remaining approximately $3 million for non-personal services. The Fair Elections Program funds come under non-personal services. So that's where we fall short, because based upon our projections, we will need 7 million to cover the fair elections cost in 2024. And under the current budget, we would only have access to $3 million.
I see. Okay. All right. So then I had that. I remember from your testimony, the 3 tranches of money, but you're saying there will be a shortfall if those amounts are the actual amounts that you receive.
Yes.
Okay. You also indicated 38 FTEs.
Yes,
Are you anticipating that you would need additional FTEs during this current budget cycle, which is FY 24, or will you need them in FY 25? Seems
so far we don't anticipate any additional need for FTEs. We're trying to, we currently have 6 vacancies. They have 3 vacancies have already been interviewed for, and the remaining 3 are in the are being actively recruited. Like another agency that appeared before us, I believe it was the Board of Elections. This is a very competitive market for recruitment, and so our recruitment is sometimes not as rapid as we would like it to be, because we are competing in a market where generally salaries are higher than the salaries we can offer for professionals. And so it takes us a bit of time to complete the recruitment process.
so, Mr. Sanford, I have to ask then, are we setting our salary marks? Why are we setting our salary marks low when we know what the marketplace salaries are?
Well, I think that's the salaries are based upon the budgets that we have received.
Okay,
There's a slight increase in the proposed fiscal year 24 budget, but I mean, we probably could use a much greater increase to attract the quality of candidates that we would like to recruit.
and what are the 3 candidates that you are currently, you said you were actively recruiting for?
There were 3 audits.
Auditors?
Yes, for the Fair Elections program.
Mhm. All right. You know, some agencies make it very clear that their recruiting goes into the marketplace, and in the marketplace, they have to be competitive. And I just wonder why we're not thinking we have to be competitive for the auditors. Seems like a very, very important function. And thank you for being silent on that. I hear you, sir. All right, we'll let that go for now.
Oh, would you like me to respond?
Yes, of
We
course.
do. Well, of course. I agree. I believe we should have salaries that are more competitive with the marketplace. We not only are unable to recruit on often, we also lose staff based upon an offer of a greater salary, which we hopefully should have been able to match to retain the individual. But based upon the budgets we've had, we haven't been able to offer the salaries that I think would assure greater retention and greater recruitment.
Thank you for that. When we have the Department of Human Resources before us in their hearing, we'll ask them, what can be done to alleviate this problem. the retention and the lack of effective recruitment simply because our salaries are capped as they seem to be through the budget process. A big area, your e-filing system. Are you comfortable with the way it's working, or are you anticipating for the 24 election cycle needing to enhance it?
The advantage we have regarding our e-filing system is that we have a service contract with actually the vendor who was awarded the initial contract and helped design the system. So thus far, because of our maintenance agreement, we have managed to bring any upgrades that were required to the system with limited cost. The only possible challenge will be with the covered contractor provisions and how to make the system compatible with the other contracting agencies. But thus far, we believe that we have a system that is reliable and efficient.
Okay, reliable and efficient and cost effective.
Yes.
And you do not anticipate there being a expansion of the use of the system in the 24 election?
I would not expect any dramatic expansion.
All right. So the big need then in your office is auditors.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much. We thank
Thank you very much.
for your time, and give our regards to Ms. Montgomery, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you. Again, I want to encourage any public witnesses to submit their written copy of their testimony for inclusion in the official hearing record. Please email a Word or PDF document to CEAL@dccouncil.gov. And that is CEAL is CEAL at dccouncil.gov by 5 p.m. on Friday, April 7th, 2023. The committee's next meeting will be on Monday, April 3rd at 9 a.m. And this meeting will be our second budget oversight hearing. It will focus on the Department on Aging and Community Living, the Office of Employee Appeals, the Public Employees Relations Board, the Office of the Secretary, and the Office of the City Administrator. With that, the time is now 5:35 p.m. on March 28th, 2023, and the meeting is adjourned in this hearing. Thank you to everyone and to my staff especially.